Can you still hear me and talk to me through Discord? Or if you're going to be on TeamSpeak?
When I'm going to talk to you,
I
I'm
have an
probably just
echo.
going to do it live. So if you want to mute Discord, I guess.
No, I'm getting an echo through TeamSpeak on your mic.
All right, let me mute my TeamSpeak. Are you there, Tom? How about now?
Good morning, race fans, trackside and on YouTube, and welcome to the first ever Thunderhill Open, bringing you a completely different kind of motorsports weekend to Thunderhill Raceway. This beautiful but windy weekend in May, combining grassroots road racing, high energy drift competition, live music, food, gaming, trackside culture into one festival atmosphere. My name's Tom O'Gorman, going to be bringing you all the action this weekend alongside Brian Belansky, who's also your director for this live stream on YouTube. We're jumping straight into some Spec Miata action. This is practice. We'll run through a little bit of what to expect on the schedule this weekend. We have 3 wheel-to-wheel race groups and 1 HPDE group that's going to be utilizing the main circuit here, the 3-mile, out at Thunderhill Raceway Park. Starting things off with 3 back-to-back practice sessions. This one already underway. Spec Miata, then the West Coast Touring Car Championship will be out next with a really strong field there as well. Then Formula Awesome, a combination of all sorts of Formula cars. We'll get to that when they come out for their practice session at about 9:40. Then the first of many sessions for SpeedSF, the Homologation Special, a 30-car limited group for HPDE, added last minute for this event to get some more drivers out on track and get some more experience, as well as chase personal bests and maybe even track records. Then we're going to move straight into qualifying in the same order: Spec Miata, then West Coast Touring Car Championship, then the Formula Awesome, and then we'll take a little bit of a break for lunch before we get to racing action. All 3 of these classes, Spec Miata, West Coast Touring Car Championship, and Formula Awesome, will have 4 races this weekend, starting with 3 heats, gridded by a random draw despite qualifying. Then Heat 1, Heat 2, and Heat 3 will be 8-lap races, culminating in a 12-lap feature race. These are not time certain races, which means no matter what, we should get all 8 laps in each heat race. We should get all 12 laps in the feature races to determine the weekend champion here in each of the categories. But as I mentioned, lots going on trackside as well. Out in the paddock, we've got drifting, we've got vendors, food, music, all sorts of stuff going on. Currently on the racetrack, though, Spec Miata practice just about halfway done. Curtis Z is your fastest car on the racetrack right now. A 2:11.8 is the benchmark time in qualifying, and he's got that pretty much on lock at this point in the session. A little bit disjointed as the cars were paused, came through the pit lane, then released back onto the racetrack. But Curtis Z has a 2.1 second advantage over Kevin Carter. Mateo Sunseri is 3rd. Daniel Kulas in 4th. Wyatt Couch in 5th. All of these drivers stacked on top of each other, sitting in the low 2:14 to 2:15 range as we're just getting our weekend underway. Big pressure on these drivers to get up to speed quickly as now Tim Wright jumps to the top for a split second. Now Kevin Carter down into the sub 2:10 range at 2:09.6 will be your new fastest time here in practice. You see that timing and scoring on the left side of your screen. But again, with 1 practice session, 1 qualifying session, and the majority of the track time, the bulk of the track time this weekend being in race competition, you don't have the opportunity to hang out and dawdle around. You got to get out there and get going. Now, Paul Turner sets a huge benchmark lap, 0.8 of a second faster than everybody else, a 2:08.874. Bring Brian Belansky in here for a split second. Brian, you're going to be joining me on the mic here and there this weekend as you run the show for us. But anything you're looking forward to this weekend? Talk to me a little bit about the trackside atmosphere and the specifically the weather, because you're trackside, I'm not. So I can tell that it's windy, but it's sounding like it's maybe a bit of a once-in-a-century type weather situation out there, huh?
Well, I will tell you that the camera you're looking at right now with the crow's nest, I've already had to go out and put the tripod back up because it got knocked down by the wind. And it now has a significant weight underneath it to help it stay stable. But yeah, it is significantly windy here. I'm the black cloud. Last time I was here, it hailed. The only time it's ever had hail during a race event. And this time they have winds that they say are not unheard of, but uncommon. So maybe it's me, Tom.
Maybe it is. I won't blame you though. Yeah, I'm seeing on the weather that I can pull up on online from AccuWeather. It says gusts past 45 miles an hour from this morning through tomorrow afternoon. So I expect this is kind of what we're stuck with for the race weekend. Of course, this whole weekend the Thunderhill Open themed around a golf tournament in spirit. Luckily, race cars don't have nearly the issues with the wind that a golf ball might. New fastest time in Spec Miata practice, Hua Hong in a 2:07.0, now 1.8 seconds up on the field. Talk a little bit about the racetrack as we cut to live images with 12 minutes down in this session of the 20 minutes to go. Excuse me, of the 20 minutes, we have 8 minutes to go. Watching the drivers work their way towards the final couple of corners here at Thunderhill Raceway. We're using the classic 3-mile. This track actually built as a 9-turn, 1.8-mile circuit back in 1993. Then it was expanded a couple of years later to a full 3-mile course, and of course has since been expanded to a massive 5-mile facility that can be split in half, used in 2 or 1. That they're calling it the Thunderschleife circuit that was built in 2014 and now runs through to the present. But we're using that classic Thunderhill East circuit with 15 corners, about 2.8 miles. And watching now into Sector 1, some of the most fun you'll ever have at a racetrack. This is one of my top 5 circuits in the country. We're using the bypass this weekend, which means you'll see those cars cut just underneath the camera here. They were using the long course with the Cyclone. They would come up to the camera shot and basically sweep right across in front of us, but it is a much slower corner. Maybe not as great for racing either. Now taking a look at turns 5 and 6, a fast right-hander that's coming down the hill, basically from the height that our camera is sitting at, and then sweeping up underneath us onto the back straightaway in that very, very critical turn 6, getting the throttle down, especially in Spec Miata. So critical as we're then flat out all the way through turn 7, 8, and into the braking zone up at turn 9. Elevation here not done justice by our camera angles. Some of the cameras are going to do our elevation justice. Some of them are not, and this is really not telling the story. The driver's climbing at about a 20-degree grade up to an uphill braking zone that continues to climb up until the exit of that turn number 9. Then we run downhill into the corner out in the distance. That left-hander is turn 10, sitting in the braking zone for turn 11. A little bit of a kink to navigate. Looks like we don't have any tires out there to surprise anybody, so the drivers will be able to cut essentially straight across turn 12 into turn 13 as they work their way down this other longest straight on the circuit. A great passing opportunity as well, just out of frame as they come into the final corners at 14 and 15, a pair of increasing radius corners as we sit just outside of the braking zone on this backstretch camera.
One of the things you'll notice, Tom, I was showing you the crow's nest camera here, and you mentioned we're using the bypass. So the touring cars, the Western Touring Car Championship, and the Miatas are using the bypass. When the Formula cars come out later, beyond having to negotiate 30-mile-an-hour winds in a Formula car, they are also going to use the crow's nest this weekend. So this camera will show those cars coming right into our living rooms.
Nice. You get a little bit of an idea of the difference there. And that, of course, just because the bypass is a very high speed, almost a jump. You know, even in a touring car, you're pretty much getting all 4 wheels off the ground. Sometimes maybe just the inside 2, but that's not ideal for a Formula car, especially with the winds. All sorts of aerodynamic trickery going on there. And when they go airborne, that changes everything. So we'll keep those guys on the ground and not use that Cyclone at turn 5. Hong's still the fastest car in practice right now, still by 1.5 seconds. I imagine the draft is a pretty important thing here, but again, with such a short session, finding your track position, getting the car into the window that you need it to be with tire pressures, with tire temps, and then having space on the racetrack comes at a premium as we have a field of about 25 Spec Miatas here. Hong's still the fastest car, 1.5 seconds up on Matteo Sanseri, who's jumped up to second position. Paul Turner is third, another 0.3 back, and barely ahead of Greg Hoff. Those drivers separated by 0.05 of a second. Then 0.7 back to Kent Carter and Wyatt Couch, who are very much close together, as well as Daniel Koulas. They're in 5th, 6th, and 7th. Then another half second back to Tim Wright in 8th, Joe Coe in 9th, and Seo Hiraishi in the 10th position. That'll round out the top 10 currently in the 20-minute practice session with about 3 minutes remaining. Our checkered flag has been displayed, knowing this is a fairly long in-lap. Drivers getting an opportunity to cool the cars down or maybe keep them at pace before they head back to the paddock and check things over. That means the next cars out on the circuit will be the Western Touring Car Championship, a very cool class that's been building and building. We have a great entry list as well this weekend. But the 200 treadwear class is a wheel-to-wheel road racing series. When we go racing, green flag flies for about a 15-minute race in total. And then we'll get the checkered flag at the end. Again, practice will lead us into Heat 1, listed as a random draw. and then heats 2 and 3 finished by gridded by finishing position before we get to the 12-lap feature in race number 4 tomorrow.
All right, let's take a break. When we come back, we'll have more from the Thunderhill Open live from Thunderhill Raceway. You're watching all the live coverage on the Racing Network.
Welcome back to the Thunderhill Open at Thunderhill Raceway Park as we're getting practice underway for the Western Touring Car Championship. 26 cars entered in this power to weight ratio class on 200 treadwear tires. It's going to be a lot of fun. We have a great field of very experienced, kind of a lot of staples of West Coast motorsports found themselves elected in this category. Looking at a whole bunch of BMWs, 36, 46, and the like. We've got lots of Mazdas out there, a handful of RX-8s, Mazda 3s, 5, etc. Honda's well represented. We've got Jonathan Lugod's Honda Civic Del Sol. We've got Honda S2000 entered here, as well as Jack Wishmeyer's Honda Civic. Try to get these cars throughout these sessions. Subaru BRZ. We've got Toyota MR2, Lotus Elise, all sorts of cool stuff in this category. And again, it focuses essentially a 12-to-1 power to weight ratio. So for every 12 pounds, the car can make roughly 1 horsepower, with modifiers up and down based on the selections that you make around modifying your car. You bolt a wing on, you might have to weigh a little bit more, but it should make it handle a little bit better, etc. So 200 treadwear. These are treaded street tires, effectively some of the best street tires that you can get in the Western Touring Car Championship. And taking a scan through yesterday's testing as they were getting timing and scoring working, it looks like something at a 1:59.1 was the fastest lap that was actually scored in those unofficial test sessions. But I'd expect these cars to go maybe quite a bit quicker than that as drivers get their footing underneath them. Format-wise, we'll start things off here with this practice session, shake the cobwebs out, and then move into qualifying at about 10:50 a.m. Pacific time this morning. For 4 races will be the majority of our competition this weekend. Heat 1, Heat 2, and Heat 3 will be 8-lap sprint races, and each one will be gridded based on the previous finishing order. Then we'll culminate into a 12-lap feature race at the end of tomorrow. Drivers just finishing their out lap as we finish up onto the back straight. Again, huge wind is kind of the storyline this morning, hearing about internet issues, trackside, hearing about keeping things in place. A bit of an issue, but hopefully our cameras stay put and the cars won't be too affected. Here they go, starting their second flying lap, one of the longest straightaways here at Thunderhill. Down into turn 1, a very, very fast left-hand sweep. Not a lot of speed adjustment for that corner before we get into the big carousel at turn 2. You really want to glue the car to the inside of this corner and then just kind of cut the distance. Jonathan Lugod having some issues in his Civic Del Sol, a bit of an off at turn 1. We'll rejoin. It's also, Brian, been quite dry out as the grass has lost its wintry green and a lot of dust in the air as Lugod there rejoining.
Yeah, it is quite dry, which is nice to be able to drive the truck around and be able to put up cameras, but not dust like you get at Buttonwillow, but certainly lots of dust out here. If they do go off, we'll know it. It'll give those telltale signs, but yeah, it's a little crunchy out there.
A little crunchy. I like that. That's exactly what it feels like when you go off through the grass and it's kind of dead and brown like that. So top car after 1 lap is John Burgess. John Friesen, who is second right now on that out lap effectively, was the quickest time that I saw in timing and scoring yesterday at that 1:59.1. So he's a car to watch, but a couple other cars to look out for. And I'll shout him out first because he sent me driver profiles for every single driver on the entry list. Is Tony Rodriguez, who helps organize this series as well. Apparently didn't get the car back till 9 p.m. last night after some updates, but is known to be maybe one of the favorites out here in competition. Also have to shout out Justin Ross, who's co-owner of Magic Developed, basically the brains behind the management of their program and the setup of the cars. Multi-time national champion in other club racing, and he will be out there in his BMW, probably the E36, I believe. Another driver to absolutely look out for in that number 120. We've seen a lot of these drivers. Some of them are going to stand out to me as drivers I've seen in other competition, other classes similar to this. Jack Wishmeyer, that's a J32 swap, so a 6-cylinder Honda Civic EG sedan, coupe, excuse me. Another driver that will be very, very quick. But just scanning through, I mean, the profiles that Tony Rodriguez supplied me with, there's a real big who's who in motorsports, especially out in the West Coast. We've got Matt Ailes, who's an autocrosser mostly from the California Club region, transitioning from wheel to wheel, renting a car this weekend from Edge Motorworks. Derek Ambrose, the owner of Cork Sport, has been very successful in SECA road racing. Adam Bow, an owner of Epsilon Plus and Lume Aesthetic, and other motorsports business ventures. In his Lotus, we've got Jonathan Borschelt, who is a Magic developed driver that's on the same team there with Justin Moore. Justin Ross, excuse me.
As I say, that's the 2-0 car out there that you see off course in the middle of our screen there. I'm trying to get a name for you on that.
Gotcha. Car number 20. Not seeing that car on maybe the 120. That would be Justin Moore. As We are local yellow, maybe full course yellow here in a moment to go extract that car. That's one thing about these road racing groups. You see there he is just stuck off to, looks like driver's left coming into turn number 10. So as the field is collected up under local yellow here, that is going to cut into the practice time. Again, this format's with so many races and so little warm-up time, really is important to have your ducks in a row before you get out onto the racetrack, as even somebody else's misfortunes can end your opportunity for seat time, as we are probably not going to see any improvements in a couple of laps. Kind of run down your practice running order as I expected. We're well below the 159 mark that we saw in practice yesterday. Anthony Swain is your top car currently at a 156.6. That is absolutely flying. He's the owner of Edge Motorsports, Motorworks, with decades of high placing results to his name all across the country. Now runs a motorsports focused venture and showing what he's got out at the top over John Friesen at number 32. So Brian, we'll take a little bit of a break as cars will not be able to be at full pace here. Thanks some of our sponsors who are making this broadcast and this weekend indeed possible, including Logitech G, who has supplied us with an RS50 driving simulator setup for all class winners at the end of this weekend. Lots to race for here. It's actually exactly the same rig that I use here at home. I quite enjoy it. It was an upgrade from my home built rig, and also, of course, Toyo Tires, who supports the Spec Miata T class, and I believe is on all of our Spec Miata competitors this weekend. So we'll be right back at the Thunderhill Open after thanking some of our partners. We're back live at Thunderhill Raceway Park for the Thunderhill Open during practice in the Western Touring Car Championship. Getting a good up close and personal look at Brian Zimmerman in the 401, having some issues with that car as he pulled off into the Cyclone, they call it, up near our Crow's Nest camera at corner number 5. Just waiting for the opportunity maybe to roll back in as he knows that car is not healthy here in practice session. Anthony Swain continues to lead the way at a 156 58.6. That's a 1.6-second advantage, a huge gap for this category, but still sitting local yellow for a handful of cars experiencing mechanical issues, including also the number 120, we believe, potentially having some issues as well. No, maybe the 20. John Friesen is the second quickest car at a 158.2, and then a whole bunch of cars right at that 2-minute mark. Justin Moore, Anthony Dominici, Svilen Kenev, Sergio Perez, not the one you know maybe, but Sergio Orestes Perez, then John Burgess, Jack Witchmeyer, and Ryan Barron will round out the top 10 or so. As you can see, the full course yellow flag still being displayed. Drivers able to stay on the racetrack, but not necessarily at full pace. Multiple safety vehicles out there. Watching here from the start finish at Thunderhill Raceway Park, one of my absolute favorite road courses. Happy to bring you the first ever Thunderhill Open this weekend.
Wondering if that Sergio Perez is getting a warm up for the Canadian Grand Prix next weekend. A little extra time, a couple extra laps.
No, Brian. I heard Formula One's coming to Thunderhill.
Really?
You heard it here first, everybody.
Let's start the rumor mill now.
And also a good time to say everything we say is both the best we can do and also unofficial.
Exactly. I love that. Yeah. Yeah, there's an 8-mile track here, right? Or a 5-mile track. They should use that for Formula One. That would be fun.
I love that idea. Yeah, especially all the big transitions over crest and everything.
Yep.
Here at Thunderhill. What we're talking about is on the left side of your screen there. That left-hand chute takes you off into the west course, which is another 2 miles long. We're not using all of that real estate this weekend for the road racers. I think the west course is primarily for drift this weekend, as well as some of the paddock space. But again, drivers not really able to realize many improvements here in the practice session. Maybe be able to work on some sectoring, which means maybe attack one section of the racetrack where there is nothing impeding you, and then you can maybe slow it down and use your data systems in the car to kind of piece together what the best optimal lap could be. Going back to green flag at start finish, that's a good sign. Maybe we'll see some late improvements. The 20-minute session here, 13 and a half minutes elapsed, which means we'll probably only see about 4 more minutes, maybe 2 more hot laps before the checkered flag flies, and keeps us on schedule, moving us towards our final practice session of the morning for Formula Awesome. It's going to be a combination of a whole bunch of Formula categories, including Formula Atlantic, Formula 3, Formula 4, Pro Formula Mazda, and Formula Mazda, as well as Formula Speed, a hand-built California special. 6 different types of cars eligible to make your speed in different ways. It'll be a lot of fun to watch some of the fastest cars that we'll see all weekend in Formula Awesome coming up soon. We also have SpeedSF in the Homologation Special. That's the name for the HPDE group. It's a very selective 30 cars allowed to get some good seat time this weekend, as well as Spec Miata. We've already seen practice for them, and this Thunderhill Open round of the Western Touring Car Championship. Definitely a lot more cars on the racetrack right now, working our way through turns 10 and 11. A really fast sling through turn 10. Downhill helps the car catch right at the exit and then immediately onto the brake pedal to try to woe it down for turn 11. No chicane at turn 12 this weekend means you can be pretty free and flexible on the exit there. One car doing so, the dark car about 6th in line. Checkered flag flies just at about 5 minutes remaining in the session. We're doing our best to stay on time. So right now is maybe the last opportunity for anybody to improve, but it's probably the first full clean lap that a lot of these drivers have seen in at least 10 to 15 minutes. Anthony Zwayne still holding the top time down at that 156.6. That was his fastest lap back in lap 2. Then John Friesen still 1.6 seconds back, but a whole bunch of improvements on the timing board this time through. Justin Moore is third, 59.6, excuse me. Anthony Dominici, a 2-minute.8. Svilen Kenev, 201.4. Sergio Orestes Perez at a 201.5, 1/10 back from there. Then it's about a second gap back to Jonathan Lugod in the Honda Civic Del Sol. Jack Wishmeyer in the Civic Coupe, the V6 under the hood, 0.5 of a second back from there in 9th. And then John Burgess in 10th. We'll round out the top 10 in practice. Cars still coming across the start-finish line, though. As I have times for 16 of our 26 entered Western Touring Car Championship drivers.
All right, let's take a break. When we come back, we've got more racing here from Thunderhill. Up next is going to be the Formula Awesome practice. You're watching the Thunderhill Open live on the Racing Network. Go.
Welcome back to Thunderhill Raceway Park and the first ever Thunderhill Open. Continuing practice sessions for our on-track wheel-to-wheel competitive groups. This one is Formula Awesome. Got a nice collection of Formula 4 cars and Formula Mazdas, but about 6 different types of cars eligible for this group. So we'll try to keep an eye on both the overall battles and the inter-class battles. But looking at Formula 4, it's an FIA homologated spec Formula 4 car. It's basically the first rung on the FIA's road to Formula 1. It's used globally around the world with a handful of different combinations of engine packages, etc., but most running the exact same chassis or something very, very similar to the Lee J that we'll see a lot of out here, specifically designed as the bridge for drivers transitioning to single-seater racing and looking to climb that ladder, as we mentioned, through to Formula One. We also have Formula Mazda out there, a little bit of an older style car, probably the only cars out here with a 5-speed H pattern as well, starting in 1984, powered by Mazda's 13B rotary. So you see fire spitting out of those Formula Mazdas. First of all, that's a good way to tell which ones are Formula Mazdas and which ones aren't, but also that is going to plan. Involved in has been a part of the history for drivers like Joey Hand, Michael McDowell, Guy Cosmos, Scott Speed, and many, many more. Bit of a historic car at this point, but still a lot of fun to drive. We have at least one Formula Atlantic out there. Also, maybe a bit of an older style car, but it's the fastest that we'll see in this run group. As it essentially meets the SECA GCR, or the SECA road racing rules for Formula Atlantic, featuring Swifts, Ralts, Formula 1000s, and more. Give you a rundown of the 10 drivers on the racetrack. Robert Arana is out there in Formula 4, as well as Zachary Lewis competing here this weekend in Formula 4. Eric Doan, excuse me, in the number 114 car is also registered in Formula 4, as well as Jeremiah Thomas. Then looking at Formula Mazda, Lars Jensen is here in the number 63 Formula Mazda. Richie Hollingsworth is in the number 9. Stu Tabak is here in his Formula Mazda, as well as Brad Drew. Going down just a little bit more, it looks like we've got about 20 cars on the track right now. Christian Ockpish is also here in Formula Mazda. In Formula 3, let's talk about that a little bit. Kind of the next step, logically, from Formula 4, of course. European and FIA Formula 3 cars. It's very similar to a Formula 4, but the big change is we put a turbo on it, so it makes about 300 horsepower with the boost. Dan Decker is registered in Formula 3, as well as Larry Schnurr, being scored on timing and scoring for the Formula 3 group as well. Trying to scan down and see if there's any other markers. Cameron Parsons here in Formula Atlantic. Yana Kapoor in Formula 4, as well as Chloe Jade. And Anna Palestro also in Formula 4. So practice session here underway. This is a kind of the place to shake out the cobwebs, get the cars up to temperature, maybe learn the track a little bit more if you're a newer driver to this facility. This is the run group that will be using the Cyclone going past the Crow's Nest here at turn 5 instead of the fast bypass, of course, with all the aerodynamics involved in these cars, as well as how low slung they are to the ground. The bypass, a bit of a jump, very bumpy, even if you stay on the ground. So these cars will be avoiding that. Watching them start their second fastest laps way off into the distance out on the right side of your screen. That's turn 1. Then we head behind the crest of the hill at turn 2. They'll reappear at turn 3, and then here they are through turn 4, up the hill into the Cyclone, grabbing a couple downshifts. It's a 90-degree corner, but it just feels like you're turning off the edge of the world before you fall back into turn 6.
You can
Just
see
joining us.
I was just going to jump in and say you can see the winds, Tom, are really still strong, pretty steady at 20, 25 miles per hour, gusting up to 45. And these are the cars in particular where the wind can be problematic.
Exactly. I'm trying to figure out exactly what direction the wind is blowing. Looks like it's going to be a tailwind down the front straight, a headwind down the back straight, which basically means as you come over some of the crests, specifically at turn 9 is the one I have in mind. Top of the hill, these cars making a left-hander uphill and just cracking out at the exit of that corner with a tailwind means that you might get some extra lift right at the very end of that corner, exactly where you don't want it. The rest of the track, I think things might be okay.
So if you look, Tom, right up on top of the start stand there, you can see the windsock. And the wind is directly exactly what you said, right to your rear, from your rear to on the front straight. You're going into the wind on the back straight, and then it's just a whole bunch of funky dunky everywhere else.
Yeah, exactly. That could also make turn 1 very interesting, Brian, as they're coming in at one of the fastest spots on the circuit, just behind our camera here, grabbing maybe one downshift, but it's such a quick corner, and it's going to have a big tailwind, making those wings that are typically creating downforce maybe lift just a little bit. Fastest car on the racetrack right now is one of our Formula 3 drivers, Dan Decker, in the 111, fastest lap of a 152.6. Again, this group will be the fastest race cars we see in competition this weekend. Then it is Christian Ockpish in the number 29 car at a 154.4. Lars Jensen in Formula Mazda, another 154.6. So the Formula Mazda is really, really close, but it's still Formula 3 out on top. Saw one car in the dirt rejoining from turn 1, maybe dealing with some of those issues with the wind, or maybe just dialing things in a little bit. this run group coming up on about halfway through their practice session. Just like the other groups, they will get a practice and then the qualifying session. They're qualifying at 1:10 a.m. Pacific time. We're moving into their first two heat races of the weekend at 2:15 and at, actually, it looks like they only race once today, Brian. So it'll be just the one heat race today before a very busy tomorrow for Formula Awesome.
The one thing with Formula Awesome that their schedule might not reflect is they're not doing heat races. They're doing a practice, a qualifying, and a race each day. So their schedule's a little bit different because of the way the Formula cars like to run their series. So it's a bunch of different series coming together for this race weekend, and every series kind of has their idiosyncrasies, as I'm sure you've experienced over the years, Tom. And the Formula's cars have their pretty much the way they like to do things. So it's a practice and a qualifying and a race today, and then another qualifying and a race for them tomorrow.
A great point. I did not actually catch that they were running a slightly different format here, but that makes a lot of sense. Thunderhill Open this weekend, the first of its kind, the first ever out at this facility, and part of it really talking to the track president, Matt Busby, slated to be a competitor in Western Touring Car Championship, but he was texting me while they were on the racetrack, so I don't think the president of the racetrack was texting from inside his Mazda RX-8, probably just trackside mode, supporting everybody as much as he can. But you know, part of the narrative coming into this weekend was, let's see what works, let's see what doesn't. It's okay if some things don't work. It's okay if we realize we were wrong about some things, but we're going to do this because there's nothing on the West Coast that really has encompassed all of this stuff. And by stuff, I mean wrote wheel-to-wheel racing, track day sessions, drifting, music, kind of bringing that West Coast motorsports culture together in a way that works the best for the West Coast. So calling it kind of part Augusta, part Caddyshack, all full throttle. Love that tagline. The new fastest time in practice as well, and no surprise, it's from a Formula Atlantic. Jim Molley, number 38, just blistered the rest of the field on his fourth lap, a 1:45.9. That is one of the fastest laps I've ever seen here at Thunderhill, including 6 25 hours of Thunderhill. Maybe 3 cars ever under the 1:40 mark.
Wow.
That Formula Atlantic for Jim Molley is absolutely flying. Still Dan Decker at the top of Formula 3. Christian Akpish at the top of Formula Mazda. Trying to take a look down and find our top Formula 4 car. That's going to be Lucas Hand in the number 191, sitting there in the 7th position at a 1:55.2. He's got a bunch of company. Eric Doan, a 1:55.3. Scott Pyle, a 1:55.6. Stu Tabak in a also in Formula, no, that's Formula Mazda, 1:55.7. So top 3 in Formula 4, very, very close. Robert Arana in Formula 4, also at a 1:55.7. Be a lot of fun to watch the different interclass battles amongst these cars. As we just clear halfway, take a little bit of a break here and thank our sponsors once again for bringing us this broadcast here on the Racing Network. Right back for the Thunderhill Open. Welcome back to the first ever Thunderhill Open Formula Awesome practice on the racetrack right now. 12 minutes down, 8 minutes to go. Probably see checkered in the next 4 minutes, actually, to keep things on schedule. Jim Molly, still the fastest race car on the track out of Formula Atlantic. In the number 38, a 145.9 is the fastest lap he has done. 6 seconds until we find the next fastest car. Dan Decker has worked his way down to a 151.2 in Formula 3, gives him a nice little buffer to the next Formula 3 car, all the way down to 12th. That's Larry Schnurr at a 156.1. Then in Formula Mazda, Christian Opkish still faster and faster yet, a 151.6, the new fastest time on lap number 6 here over Lars Jensen, second in the category. Third is Stu Tabak in the number 28. Then in Formula 4, a new top time for Eric Doan of 153.2 has now put 1.2 seconds on Lucas Hand in the number 191. Both of those cars out of Formula 4. Then it's back down to Scott Pyle at a 155.1. So we had a huge duel in Formula 4, looking between about 5 drivers in the 155 range until Eric Doan and Lucas Hand really popped the cork off of that one, and now down into the low 153s in what will likely be the slowest of the cars by design in this 6-category race group. See from our camera images, the wind still persists. We're going to be stuck with this for the weekend likely. So bear with us, as sometimes the live images may come out a little bit grainy or even freeze for a moment, with 30-mile sustained winds up to 50-mile-an-hour gusts. Kind of a once in a decade, maybe, or plus weather situation happening out at Thunderhill Raceway Park. But the first ever Thunderhill Open. What a blast. We have all sorts of activities happening. Motorcycles over on the East Course today. We're going to have Grassroots Drift Competition brought to you by Matt Field and the Drift Cave. Got road racing, of course, with 3 different race groups, as well as HPDE by SpeedSF. And then evenings with live music, hangouts, barbecues, no warm beer in sight, and other beverages, adult and otherwise, as we carry on this first ever Thunderhill Open, hopefully becoming the first annual Thunderhill Open.
Yeah, I kind of described to somebody as it feels a little bit like Augusta National meets Coachella meets Sebring, 12-hour. You know,
I
it's
love
got
it.
a party atmosphere, lots of awesome cars. We've got music. We've got they've actually got, and I'll put a picture up tomorrow. They've got a rack full of green jackets for the competitors to win. It's just pretty darn cool.
Very darn cool. We also have some prizes in our competition groups from Logitech G, who are supplying a RS50 driving simulator setup for all class winners, and then one additional one to raffle off to one driver in the SpeedSF Homologation Special group. That's the HPDE group. So that will be cycling through the East Course here at Thunderhill Raceway Park. Toyo also supporting us here, running as the Spec tire. The 205-15 Toyo RR is the Spec tire in SMT. Love to have the support from both of those two and everybody who's given us a chance this weekend to try out something new here at Thunderhill Raceway. Looks like the wind may be picked up and is giving us an extra weak spot here, but Christian Okpish was able to improve in his Formula Mazda last time by, now putting about 1.2 seconds on Lars Jensen. Those top 2 in Formula Mazda, still holding it down in 3rd and 4th overall in the session over Eric Doan, Lucas Hand. Then Stu Tabak in the 6th position overall is 3rd in Formula Mazda. Brad Drew has jumped up to 4th in Formula Mazda over Cameron Parsons, who sits 2nd in Formula Atlantic, 8th in the session. Then Scott Pyle and Robert Arana, Robert, will be your final 2 cars in the top 10 for this session, both out of Formula 4.
All right, we'll take a break. When we come back, more from the Thunderhill Open. You're watching the Thunderhill Open live on the Racing Network.
part Augusta, part Caddyshack, and all full throttle. It's the Thunderhill Open here at Thunderhill Raceway Park, and we're kicking off maybe the most important session of the weekend for our 3 wheel-to-wheel race group. Spec Miata Qualifying headed out to the racetrack. About 25 cars have turned time so far this weekend, and it's going to be very interesting. My name's Tom O'Gorman, joined by Brian Belansky, both in the commentary booth and Brian on the director's chair here on the racing as well, bringing live images, but also hello trackside if you're joining us from Thunderhill Raceway Park for this racing action. Brian, this is going to be a lot of fun. This is a 20-minute session before we move into 4 heat races that are gridded by this qualifying session and then by finishing order. So if you start out front, you're definitely got a leg up on the weekend.
Yeah, definitely. And this is the other thing I said earlier. It was Augusta and Coachella. It's also part Chili Bowl. The heat structure that we're using is the same heat structure that they use for the Chili Bowl. So when we get to the heats, oh, there's a car having a moment. That is not the recommended line through turn 6, or the exit at turn 5.
Though. You come over that blind crest, and all of a sudden the track's gone.
Yeah. So the heat structure where heat 1 sets the field for heat 2, sets the starting order for heat 3, etc., is what they do at the Chili Bowl. So we don't do that much in road racing, which is why another reason why this event is really exciting to me.
Yeah, that trio of heat races, all 8 laps each. We'll have 2 later today. Heat 1 at 1:15 for Spec Miata. Heat 2 at 3:30, and then the final heat race tomorrow before the feature. These 3 heat races, all 8 laps. It's going to go really, really quick. If you know anything about Spec Miata racing, you know that it's some of the best racing you'll ever see at any level, anywhere, no matter what racetrack or what club you're seeing it run with. But here this weekend at the Thunderhill Open, across those 20 or so cars, the class of the field, I think, just kind of scanning through test sessions, etc., is Hua Huang in the number 119. Setting the benchmark time in practice sessions that I could find anyway at a 2:07 flat there in the number 119 car. Cars coming up onto the front straightaway to start their first flying lap. We'll take a lap with them around Thunderhill Raceway Park, the 3-mile east course, as drivers still looking side by side, even down into turn 1, trying to find that track position, maybe find a dance partner, as drafting is so important at Thunderhill. Fast left-hander at turn 1, not even a 90-degree corner, barely a slowdown in the Spec Miatas. Then the big carousel we watch now at turn 2, where you usually aim to cut the distance as best you can. The first two-thirds of it, just maintenance throttle and carving, kind of like a skid pad. Then you pick up the throttle and power towards turn 3. Out in the distance, you see cars exiting. But turn 3 is absolutely blind on entry. You have to turn in just trusting that the track will be there when you turn in, and then it falls away, keeping the car glued to the right side of the racetrack for a flick back at turn 4. See the cars a little bit further away from our camera here as they use the bypass at turn 5 into turn 6. It's a big crest. The car's probably 2 wheels, inside wheels off the ground ever so slightly, and then falling back down into this turn 6 section, which turns you loose onto the back straightaway, up this fully flat out run through turn 7, then turn 8. All the way down there at the bottom left, you'll see the kind of middle left. That's a very hairy corner, even in a Spec Miata flat out, but in some of our West Coast Touring Car Championship cars and Formula Awesome cars, that's going to be a big, big corner where drivers really have to be confident. Then the uphill entry at turn number 9 creates a huge run down to turn 10 as the cars fall maybe 5 stories in total from just off screen on the right side here into the braking zone for turn 10, side by side for a couple of our cars early in qualifying, and then almost immediately back on the brakes for turn 11 as they turn in there. Left-hander over the crest into a bit of an expanse of concrete where the drivers will probably pick the straightest line they possibly can through turns 11 and 12. Then a nice backstretch, which creates a last-minute passing opportunity. Unfortunately, the last 2 corners here, not quite on camera. We'll see the cars coming up onto the front straight next. But just as they pass under the bridge at Thunderhill Raceway into turn 14, a tight, maybe 100-degree corner, maybe 110-degree corner, and then a kink up onto the front straightaway. That completes the lap of Thunderhill Raceway Park, a 20-minute session with a 2-minute lap. That is going to be not a lot of time to put in your best times. The benchmark so far, Paul Turner, a 2-minute 7.0, has a full 1.1 second advantage over Kevin Carter in the 89, a 108.1, then a 108.7 for Wyatt Couch up to third. Alan Genstead coming through at a 209.6. That's good for fourth. In the number 14, then Tim Wright, a 210.1. Top 5, covered by 3 seconds. That is really not a great representation of what we'll see as the field progresses down through the last 2/3 or so of this qualifying session. These Spec Miatas, no driver aids at all, manual brakes, manual steering. A lot of effort goes into driving these cars for as straightforward as they are. Of course, everybody knows or so of this qualifying session. That is all NA and NB Miatas, respectively 1990 to 2002 eligible. Spec Miatas, no driver aids at all, manual brakes, manual steering. A lot of effort goes into driving these cars for as straightforward.
Oh, shoot.
Joining us in the YouTube chat. Thanks for hopping in, and hopefully you're enjoying our images. If you haven't heard yet, huge winds, kind of the storyline for the weather in an otherwise mild day out here at Thunderhill Raceway Park. Sustained up to 30 miles an hour, gusts up to maybe even 50 for the next day and a half or so. So pretty much stuck with what you see here, doing our best. But all of that camera shaking is just down to the wind, which shouldn't affect these Spec Miatas too bad. Improvements on the second lap, and now we have a race. Look at this, the top 7 covered by 1 second. Paul Turner still has the field covered with that 207.0, but Hua Huang comes through 207.05, just 44,000, spreading those two cars apart. Then Curtis G in the number 77, 207.14, that's 0.13 behind pole sitter. Matteo Cincinnati jumps up to 4th with 207.3 as well. Greg Hoff into 5th, 207.6, so 0.3 gap between 4th and 5th. Then Joe Coe comes through at a 207.9. Kevin Carter's 208.1, his best time from lap number 1, now only good enough for 7th. Wyatt Couch maintains 8th. Daniel Kulas comes through at a 209.1. That is 2 seconds off the provisional pole, but good for a top 10, sitting there in 9th. And then Alan Gedstead into the 10th position. Drivers improving now on their 3rd lap. Seo Hirashi into the top 10, as well as David Martell, a pair of 208 and 209s there respectively. These tires will come on pretty quick, and the cars, of course, if you're used to what you've got going on, most of these drivers familiar or even local to Thunderhill Raceway Park, they kind of know the benchmark time they're chasing. They know exactly how to get it. They need to put themselves in a position to do so. Matteo Cincinnati, a nice improvement up to 3rd, onto the 2nd row provisionally for race 1. That first heat race, if nothing were to change, at 207.1, slotting himself just between Hua Huang and Curtis G. Greg Hoff up into 5th with a nice improvement at 207.6. And then it's still Coe, Carter, Couch, Haraishi, and Martell rounding out the top 10. Drivers starting to kind of settle into a rhythm here in qualifying as we come up on the halfway mark in this 20-minute session. 8.5 minutes down, and the checker typically has been coming out with maybe 4 minutes remaining in the session to get the cars clear of the circuit before the next race group comes out, which will be the Western Touring Car Championships for their qualifying session, followed by Formula Awesome and another 20-minute qualifying session. Brian, I think things are going to get really interesting towards the later stages of this session as drivers settle in. So why don't we take our break and thank some of our sponsors, including Logitech G and Toyo Tires. We'll be right back for the second half of qualifying here in Spec Miata. Qualifying is underway for Spec Miata here at the Thunderhill Open, the first ever Thunderhill Open at Thunderhill Raceway Park. Classic 3-mile circuit Some of the
So
camera shaking here at the start finish line is the wind, but the other part is this is the fastest part of the racetrack, even though these Spec Miatas just clearing maybe 100 miles an hour, knocking and really showing the wind speed of that camera.
yeah, I was going to
Paul
say
Turner,
say
the
that was the
field.
one thing with that camera is that it's wind, but also when the cars are going by, you do get that little whoosh of air off the cars, and I still that's the shot I love. My favorite shot at the Indianapolis 500 is that over the wall camera. So I was trying to emulate that, but it is really shaky.
No, I love it. It's perfect. Gives you a real sense of speed. Good choice on that one, Brian. Uh, as we were talking, or just during the break, maybe on lap number 4, Greg Hoff has now tied Hua Huang for second position. Look at that. Down to the thousandths of a second at 207.054. Hua Huang did it first, so he will be scored the second place driver on timing and scoring anyway. That's just how close things are. 44 thousandths of a second across the top 3 here in Spec Miata. It's Paul Turner, Hua Huang, Greg Hoff, Matteo Sanseri down to 4th. That improvement from Hoff in 2008. And Curtis G, Joe Coe, Kevin Carter, Wyatt Couch, Seo Haraishi, and David Martell, rounding out your top 10, which are only separated by just about 2 seconds. I think, Brian, as we settle into the second half of this qualifying session, maybe the cars with tire temps up just out of the prime, not a ton of improvements. A bit surprised to see a lack of improvements for most of the drivers in the top 10. Scroll down just a little bit further. Tim Wright sitting in the 11th spot, the number 11 machine, improved last time through on lap number 5 to a 209.1. Nice pickup there. David Crane in the number 84 was able to improve to a 210.0 in that number 84 car. Yoni Zhai also improving in the 166 to a 210.6. So a majority of the field is settling into that 207 to 210 range. A couple of cars a little further down the order, either not getting many laps yet or just still getting up to speed as they're lapping towards the 215 to 220 mark. But this is going to be a ton of fun, and these drivers are going to know this circuit pretty well. They're going to know how it races. I've not raced a Spec Miata here. I've not watched Spec Miata racing here either, so I'm very excited to see how it turns out, who works together, maybe who sticks the knife in and twists it towards the end of the race to get an advantage against some of these other drivers, as Hua Huang was the class of the field all through testing, but Paul Turner currently holds the provisional pole, moving towards the first of our 3 races, and ultimately the feature tomorrow afternoon.
The temperatures today, yesterday we were in the 90s for the test day, low 90s, which is not uncommon up here. Today and tomorrow, the one good news is that it's going to be in the low 80s each day. So weather, kind of other than the wind, absolutely, putting the wheel off there. Weather's absolutely perfect here for, barely just wispy clouds, and I'm looking at the windmills on the front straight. I don't know if camera 2 will pick up now. You can't see them. There's 3 windmills between the front straight and the crow's nest, and they are flying.
Brian, have you considered asking the track to turn the windmills off to make the wind go away?
Oh,
That's how that.
I will I will
Too
ask.
windy.
That's a good idea. That's a good idea. We're going to put a couple more of these cameras in our lunch break on tripods to get them a little more stable. So
Nice improvement this time through for the 147. David Martell picks up a little bit of time, about a tenth and a half, to go to a 209.0 down there in the 10th position. Then looks like one car not showing up. Nope, there he is. Updated now. Still Tim Wright just outside the top 10. No changes inside that top 10, though, since lap number 4. Greg Hoff was the last person to improve, as they still have maybe 1 lap of time here to go in qualifying. And in case you missed it, it will be 3 races, 3 heat races coming at you for Spec Miata, the first of which at 1:15 p.m. Pacific time, the second of which at 3:30. So effectively, these drivers are going to have less than 2 hours to turn the cars around. This driver here coming through turn 10 goes full drift, though. That was lock to lock. You need to enter him into the drifting competition.
I say he's
a
in the
little bit
wrong
later.
competition, maybe.
Exactly. It's a good save, though. The nice thing is very, very dry, or it has been very dry out at Thunderhill Raceway Park, so it's going to be difficult. This track, one of the safest in the country, I think, but it does get prone to getting very muddy, especially in the winter months. So if you go off, it tends to get very, very messy. But here, just going to be dusty out at the Thunderhill Open. I guess we should call those the sand traps or something. Do we have to do golf themes, Brian? I
There
don't know
you
golf
go.
well enough
I
for
like
that.
that. In the bunker.
In the bunker. All right, I'm going to use that at some point. Qualifying is done, and it was time to bring out the drivers instead of the putters, because this session is very critical for the rest of the weekend. Again, each heat building off of the previous one. This will set the grid for heat number 1, and then the finishing position from heat 1 will set grid for heat 2. Finishing position from heat 2 will set the grid for heat 3, and so on until we get to that feature race, which will again be gridded by finishing results. So if you're a driver that starts outside the top 3 rows, you've got your work cut out for you just to get back into the conversation from the start of heat number 1. But Paul Turner, provisional pole sitter at 207.010, 44 thousandths of a second over Hua Huang at a 207.054, tied with Greg Hoff for second position. Greg Hoff scored third as he did his lap second. There in the number 7, Mateo Sunseri in 4th, Curtis G in 5th, Joe Coe in 6th, Evan Carter 7th, Wyatt Couch in 8th, Teo Haraishi in 9th, David Martell 10th. All familiar top 10 drivers, as things have not changed much since very, very early here in the session. Plenty of drivers still on their final hot lap, but unlikely, I think, at this point to see many improvements. As I scroll down timing and scoring, by the way, out on Race Monitor, if you want to follow the same live timing and scoring that I can see, really not a lot of improvements for many drivers here late in the session. That tells me that even the race start is going to be extremely critical as the tires are in their prime, but also managing the car just a little bit. Definitely want to know how to make it go fast for 15 plus minutes, not just for one.
All right, we'll take a break. When we come back, Western Touring Car Championship qualifying. You're watching the Thunderhill Open on the Racing Network.
Welcome back to the Thunderhill Open at Thunderhill Raceway Park. We are into qualifying mode early here Saturday morning, moving to the Western Touring Car Championship. About 24 plus cars headed out onto the racetrack in this 12-to-1 power to weight series. For every 12 pounds, the car will make roughly 1 horsepower. Comes out to cars right around 200 to 220 horsepower, often weighing just shy or maybe just over 3,000 pounds. You can make it however you want it, basically, in this series. Engine swaps, bolt-on aero, big wheels and tires if you like. These cars are really cool and properly quick. Thunderhill Raceway Park. If we move into qualifying, same format as we talked about in Spec Miata. 3 races and a feature, each gridded based on the previous session's finishing results. And it all starts here in qualifying, where you need to start off strong so that you're racing for the front from the beginning of this weekend. Taking a look back at practice, Anthony Swain was the quickest car, the class of the field, at a 156.6. Then Justin Ross, a 1 second deficit, a 157.7. Double check here. Justin Ross, unfortunately, with the engine expiring, time of death he wrote on the engine itself, 9:59, May 16th, 2026. So although he was second quickest in the session, only scored 2 laps, and unfortunately mechanical, probably ending the weekend for one of our favorites for the top step this weekend. John Friesen was 3rd quickest, Justin Moore 4th quickest, Anthony Dominici 5th quickest, Glenn Kanev, Sergio Perez, Jonathan Lugod, Jack Witchmeyer, John Burgess rounding out the top 10. Just to give you an idea of maybe some of the players. See many different types and styles of cars here: BMWs, Nissans, Hondas, Lotus. We've got a Mazda RX-8 entered. We have I thought a Mazda RX-3 also. Yeah, Mazda RX-3 on the entry list. Toyota MR2, etc. Beauty of this type of series, really build whatever you like. 200 treadwear tires on these race cars. That means treaded, high performance street tires. Typically means they're quickest out of the gate, maybe 1 or 2 laps at the beginning of the session before the heat soak and tire degradation starts to kick in. And these drivers able to pick from any of the 200 treadwear competitors sold by a handful of tire manufacturers, all but the top 3, I would say: Bridgestone, Yokohama, and Nankang, all ineligible for this race series. Everything else, though, the performance level meets basically right at the middle primo spot that this series likes to see. So whether it's Kumos, whether it's Falcons, whether it's Hancooks, whether it's what else? We've got Goodyear, all sorts of stuff available for this series. Fortunately, just hearing from Matt Busby, neither Rotary will be making laps this weekend. He was one of them, and the other, the RX-3 of Schuyler Van Buskirk. So we're already down a couple of soldiers. Also saw that George Customer-Bardis lost oil pressure in practice, and that will end the weekend for the BRZ driver as well. For many years in a K-powered Mazda.
Yeah, gotta
That'll
love.
set the stage for qualifying here, Brian.
I say the rotaries I love at sunset because you can see the flame coming out of the tailpipe or the side pipe or the tailpipe or wherever the pipe is. The rotaries are always put on a good show for us at sunset.
I think we'll have to rely on Formula Awesome to give us rotary fire shooting.
There you go.
Probably plenty of fire shooting over at the drift pad as well.
That's probably true too. Yeah, lots of things going on here this weekend. Besides the road racing, we've got the drift competition, which is the big part of it's tonight. Live music. There's motorcycles on the property this weekend racing as well. Open to the public, camping, so there'll be spectators. Hopefully they'll fall in love with this sport just like you and I have and come back for more. It's just a really cool atmosphere. It's kind of a party festival kind of atmosphere this weekend, and it's going to be awesome.
First of its kind at Thunderhill Raceway Park, hopefully the first annual. Again, track just saying, hey, let's host this, figure out what works, what doesn't. So far, it's been working awesome. Everything but the wind, who's certainly introduced some challenges. Watching here at turn 2 on the second flying lap, no surprises as the top time goes straight to Anthony Swain at a 156.9. That's only a couple tenths slower than the fastest time that Swain set in practice. John Friesen goes to second in the number 32 car. That's a 157.5. So 0.5 of a second or so, nearly 0.6 between the top 2 for provisionally on the front row. Glenn Kanev goes to third, and Anthony Dominici in fourth. Those cars separated by about 0.1 of a second, not even, about 0.5 in fact. Then Tony Rodriguez, one of the organizers of the series, just in front of Justin Moore, a pair of BMW drivers there. Trying to get a rundown as I learn these cars in real time, who's driving what. And it looks like BMW is certainly the most dominant at the front of this field early in the weekend. Plenty of other cars present. As Glenn Kanev is in a Toyota MR2 sitting in third. John Friesen in a E46 BMW sitting in second. Anthony Zwane also in an E46 BMW out on the provisional pole. Anthony Dominici in a BMW. Tony Rodriguez, Justin Moore, both in BMWs. Then we get to our first Honda. John Lugod in his Civic Del Sol, right at a 2-minute 0.6. 3.6 seconds actually off the provisional pole time set by Zwane. So gaps are relatively large here early on. We get to a nice improvement this time through for Jack Witchmeyer, all the way up into third for a split second until Justin Moore in the BMW improves as well. So now it's BMW, Civic Coupe. Excuse me, slips back down. Toyota MR2, then BMW. It's going to be a bit of a trend this weekend as most of the teams here also kind of working. I wouldn't necessarily call it customer, but there are customer renters in some shop cars out there as well. And once we figured out one formula that works very well, why not keep repeating it? Build more and build more and build more.
Yeah, it also doesn't hurt that there's buckets and buckets and buckets of those BMWs out there for donor cars to build these race cars out of. So,
right. And the horsepower cap in this series is 260 horsepower. So you don't need to make a ton of it, but the more torque you can make based on that horsepower number, the better. BMW motor is certainly known for their torque relative to the horsepower output. Even detune the cars a little bit in this series. Most of them will have been detuned, trying to maintain a high torque output while kind of staying right in the sweet spot for power to weight. Working lap number 4. Not a ton of shakeups last time through, but Justin Moore did jump up into the third position in his BMW. Then we've got still Canev, Dominici, Rodriguez in the top 7. John Burgess improved to 8th. Jonathan Lugod improved, stays 9th. Sergio Perez, we called him Timu Perez, or Timo Pacheco, from referencing the Formula One driver, of course, sitting 10th. Jack Witchmeyer's improvement looked like it was an anomaly in timing for a split second. He maintains 11th spot here. We are well past the halfway point. Early checkered flags coming out somewhere around the 16-minute mark. Brian, let's take our little bit of a moment to thank our partners and our sponsors for this weekend, especially Logitech G Toyo Tires. We'll be right back for the second half of qualifying for the Western Touring Car Championship, Thunderhill Open. We'll be right back. 10 minutes or less to go in qualifying for the Western Touring Car Championship. Currently provisional pole held by Anthony Zwane in his E46 M3 BMW 156.9. Enjoys a 0.6 advantage over the number 32 of John Friesen. Then Justin Moore, another BMW driver, up into third. These three separated by 1.1 seconds. Then it's a bit of a gap back to the Toyota MR2 of Svilen Kanev, a 159.0. Got a bunch of pressure from just behind. That would be provisionally on the outside of the second row. Then Anthony Dominici, Tony Rodriguez, Sergio Perez, John Burgess, all right within striking distance. Let's throw Jonathan Lugod in there as well. Those cars all sitting on the same second from 4th to 9th, the overall running order. Gibson will be your top 10 sitter as we watch the cars now into the final sector of the racetrack at turn 11 onto the long back stretch, grabbing probably 3rd, 4th, and up to 5th here for a lot of these cars. Talked a little bit about the prep of these cars, but one thing that's very uncommon to change, although it is eligible, is the transmission. Most of these cars will still be running their 5 or 6 speed H pattern shifters with no extra help there. You could swap a SG, sequential, etc., but those all cost points here in the power to weight ratio, or weight percentage in the power to weight ratio class for the Western Touring Car Championship. So most of these drivers doing it the old-fashioned way. If they have driver aids, it's probably just anti-lock brakes on these 200 treadwear shod touring cars. Not a surprise to see drivers slowing down just a little bit, as these tires tend to be a little bit less durable. Lugod taking another trip through the dirt. Did this in practice as well. Now through the dirt at the exit of turn 1 in qualifying. Maybe fighting some stability issues. And Brian, I have to wonder, these cars do have a meaningful amount of aero on them. It's so windy that it might just be entering the realm where the drivers are getting a tailwind in certain sections of this racetrack and creating a loose moment in the car where they're used to it being stuck.
Yeah, and the problem is, I'm sure you've experienced, the wind is semi-constant, but it is gusting. So, what the wind you may have going into or coming out of a turn this lap may be completely different the next lap. You just can't count on it. So it adds a variable that is really problematic, and there's a little bit of luck involved with how things hit you and when they hit you. And luck is not something we like as race car drivers, to need luck to get a good lap in.
Right. Yeah, that's the worst case scenario is hope I'm lucky this session.
Right.
But either way, it can also send you down a bit of a rabbit hole because you're used to chasing a setup on a race car in a certain window, maybe tire pressures, shock, spring rates, etc. And if you add in the variable of it's really loose every once in a while in random corners and it's down to the wind, if you don't really take that into consideration as a possibility, you can really start chasing your tail on race setup, trying to find that condition. So hopefully the drivers may be a bit aware of that. Bills Wayne, Friesen, Moore, Enev, Dominici, your top 5, and Rodriguez, top 6. That would be your first 3 rows coming to the green flag for our first of 3 races. Western Touring Car Championship schedule, race 1 will be taking place at 1:45 Pacific. Race 2, heat 2, at 4 o'clock Pacific. 2 of the 4 races coming at you a little bit later today.
Yeah, the one thing that's good with the wind, Tom, is that while it is gusty, the direction is kind of the same. It's not a swirling wind. It's basically straight down the front straight from the back and straight in your nose on the back straight going into it. And it's not really shifting direction. So that is the only kind of predictable part of it. The gusting part is the stuff that's kind of difficult at the moment.
Coming down to the final maybe 2 or 3 minutes of green flag running before the checkered will come out in the 20-minute session. Checkered typically coming out somewhere around the 16-minute mark to get the track clear. And it looks like about 2/3 of our field still on the racetrack, doing a bit of recon and research to what does the car change? How does the car change? Does anything change even over a 15-minute run? As a lot of these cars have switched over recently to the Maxxis 200 treadwear tire. The VR2 is a bit of a new and hot commodity in the Western Touring Car Championship, but they do tend to be very, very quick out of the gate. Once they pass a certain temperature threshold, fall off just a little bit. The good news is everybody's in that position to an extent. I would say maybe the best durable tire that's eligible for this series is probably the the Kumo V730. That tire doesn't have the raw pace, so there's even some choice and some gamesmanship into what tire choice do you use. It's going to be different based on sizing availability for each car, based on prep style, based on all sorts of stuff. As we watch, not a lot of improvements on best lap time, but the consistent lap times coming in from a lot of these drivers a lot closer than the leaderboard tells. A lot of the drivers kind of settling into maybe a 1:59 2-minute pace, even if they were able to run a 1:56 or 1:57 early in the session. Checkered flag is out. Doesn't look like anybody's going to have anything for Anthony Zwane or John Friesen late stages of this session. A nice improvement for John Lugod, though, in the Del Sol, up from 9th to 8th that time through. That's lap on lap 7 as well, Brian. That's a nice tell when we get to the 15-minute races that there's still some pace late in the session for that number 94 car, but will sit on the outside of the 4th row or no better into that first race.
All right, coming up next, we've got Formula Awesome qualifying. We'll do that right after a short break here. You're watching the Thunderhill Open, live from Thunderhill Raceway on the Racing Network.
Welcome back to the Thunderhill Open at Thunderhill Raceway Park. We have one qualifying session left to go before we move into racing this afternoon. This is going to be Formula Awesome, Formula Atlantics, Formula 4s, Formula 3s, and Formula Mazdas all out on the racetrack sharing for action. Get into qualifying. Fastest car from practice, Jim Molly, 149.3, the best lap scored. The driver actually got to a 145 as well. But we have great battles brewing in Formula 4 and Formula Mazda specifically, as a whole bunch of cars in those two categories were all on top of each other, especially in Formula 4. This drivers group also using the alternate, or actually the primary layout at turn 5. You see they're a lot closer to our camera here. Instead of turning just vaguely left coming off of turn 4 and going through the bypass, you're going to come all the way to the top of the cyclone, make a hard left-hander, and then fall back down the hill to make their lap. So turning the fastest lap of the weekend with a whole extra corner added, Brian. And moving into this session, the first race will be a little bit later this afternoon at 2:15 for Formula Awesome, and multiple classes within this run group. So best way to tell them apart is Formula 3 and Formula 4 have the halo added onto those cars. The FIA homologation standards, safety standards globally on up, added those halos or otherwise head protections in Formula 1 and IndyCar. If you don't see a halo, it's probably a Formula Atlantic or a Formula Mazda. From there, if you see it spitting fire, it's probably a Formula Mazda. If you see it going really, really fast, it's probably a Formula Atlantic.
Right.
Always a bit of a challenge identifying the differences between these cars, but that's the best I got, Brian.
No, that's a pretty well said there. The corkscrew, the wrong racetrack, the Crow's Nest. I drove through it for the first time ever today, even just in a streetcar, and you're literally just pointing at a space in the air. And when you figure out where your car is supposed to be at, because once you get to the top, you cannot see your landing zone.
No, not at all. It's very, very, very bizarre, and it is very much more like a corkscrew, like Seika Raceway than anything else. You kind of get an idea if we go back to the camera at start finish. They're going to be off on the right side. That's the hill they're driving up and then down.
Right.
There in a second. That downhill, it doesn't look like a ton on camera, but it really is up, turn left, and then down. Pretty literally straight down.
And when you're at the top of the hill, you cannot see where your car is supposed to go on the other side of the hill. So you have to make sure that you're pointing it in the right spot, and you pick a reference point out, I don't know, a hill or something. I didn't go through it enough times to find a reference point. But there's really no really discernible place where you're supposed to be pointing the car. So you got to do it a couple times, and okay, this is where my car is supposed to be now. And yeah. I don't know if this is on a sim, but if it isn't, it should be.
Yeah, there's a pretty good version of it in Assetto Corsa.
Okay.
And you're a sim racer, take a look at Thunderhill Raceway Park. It's not perfect, certainly not iRacing level or top quality level, but it give you an idea, especially of elevation. I think this is, again, one of the top 5 road courses I've ever driven. It ranks up there with Watkins Glen and Road Atlanta for me. So I know a lot of the country, most of the country, not anywhere near this racetrack, but I think it's worth the drive and worth the visit no matter where you're coming from. As we have now gone through about 2 laps of qualifying, we'll start to get some times rolling in here. And I want to start with Formula 4 because there are so many competitive drivers here coming to finish their first flying lap this time by. Robert Arana will set the benchmark for a moment at a 155.5, but in practice, we saw Formula 4 cars down in the low 153. To give an idea of the range of lap times that we'll probably be looking at. Zachary Lewis goes to second in F4. Anna Palestro, Anna comes through in third. Lucas Hand was one of the quickest cars in practice. He sits fourth, having yet to complete the second flying lap. There he comes across the start-finish line. Oh my gosh, I said 153. We're in the 152, Brian. 152.3 for Lucas Hand. Just pulled the pin and threw the grenade on everybody else. At this point, he has a 2-second advantage over Scott Pyle that's in the second position in that class. Then over in Formula Mazda, Christian Bachpisch has been probably the top car in that category, but not by a ton. He sets the benchmark after one flying lap at 153.044, then 0.5 of a second back for Stu Bach in the number 28. Fastest car in practice, though, for Formula Atlantic. Eye out for this car as it builds up speed and temperature. That was Jim Molly, who has yet to actually put a timing session. Got a lot of fans in the chat for the 123 Mauricio Robbins. Tons of fans cheering this driver on. Sits 5th fastest in the race group, 3rd quickest at a 154.7. You're tuned in with us live on the Racing Network over on YouTube. Thanks for hopping in. And we're keeping tabs on the chat. I see you over there. Shout out your favorite driver, your favorite race, whatever you want to say. I will probably repeat it. And drivers now finishing their 3rd fastest, the 3rd flying lap in the session. Christian Ockfish resets the benchmark time in Formula Mazda and overall to a 150.7. Very quick time for the number 29. Then we have a new top time in Formula 3. That's the homologated FIA cars with turbo, the halo on them. Dan Decker, a 151.1. Get into the scrum for Formula 4, starting with Lucas Hand. Still has a really comfortable gap over Robert Arana and Scott Pyle, Mauricio Robbins, and the rest. Those all in the top 10 overall. Fastest lap still out of Formula Mazda. Lars Jensen is 2nd in Formula Mazda, about 2 seconds back from the top time set by Ockfish. Then Tabak, Formula Mazda, is 3rd. Brad Drew is 4th. Rounds out the top 10 overall as well. So we've got 4 different categories really being contested here within the one race group. Coming up on about halfway through the session. The session goes about 15 minutes. Flag the checkered flag. Scanning through driver profiles as well. I've got information for about 10 of them, 10 of the drivers out on the racetrack right now. Lots of karting experience listed, lots of Formula racing experience as well. Got a nice note from Anna Palestro talking about her racing experience. Started actually just about 15 months ago. Has only driven these Formula 4 cars outside of racing. Enjoys playing piano and bass guitar, driving Miatas, my other favorite thing in the world, plus her miniature doctor. She's a high school sophomore, 16 years old. That's going to be maybe a bit of a trend in the Formula categories, as this is kind of part of a stepping stone or a jump-off point for here, especially in the Formula 4, Formula 3 cars. Dan Decker goes to the top of the board. A Formula 3 car now is the fastest car on the racetrack, a 150.5, tipping Christian Ockfish's time from Formula Mazda down by about a 1/10 of a second. Those cars making speed in different ways to a very similar final product. And we have a new pole sitter in Formula 4. The 3rd quickest car on the racetrack is Eric Doan. Goes to the top in his class, 151.7. Drivers now eclipsing their practice times by qualifying, and goes to 4th now. Stone has tipped his time just ever so slightly. Then into 5th, our 2nd place driver in Formula 3, Larry Schnurr, a 152.5. Lars Jensen has not seen an improvement in a couple of laps, has slipped down to 6th in his Formula Mazda, 2nd in class. We get 3rd in class for Formula 4. Scott Pyle sits 7th overall. Stu Tabak is 3rd in Formula Mazda, 8th overall. Cameron Parsons is their current provisional pole sitter in Formula Atlantic, although we did see a time about 8 seconds faster in qualifying, maybe mechanical issues or something else, being Jim Molly off the racetrack session. But either way, Parsons is 9th, and then Robert Arana, who sits 4th in Formula 4, will be 10th overall. Brian, I'm curious, I haven't actually seen anywhere in the supplemental rules or anything for this race series whether we'll get split starts or whether it's just an overall running order. But if it is an overall running order, that could make things very interesting with class battles being split.
Yeah, I'm not sure if they're going to do a split. I will find out. But I don't remember them doing split starts in the other times I've seen them on the racetrack. So this would be a good time for us to take our break. We haven't taken the break yet, have we? Have I forgotten it?
No, we have not.
Then let's take our break. When we come back, we will get back to the rest of qualifying. Want to thank our sponsors, Logitech G and Toyo.
Big thanks again to Toyo and Logitech G for making this race weekend happen here at Thunderhill Raceway Park for the Thunderhill Open. First ever, and hopefully the first annual Thunderhill Open here in mid-May. It's a windy one, a bit hot, right about 75 degrees or so, as far as my temperature forecast shows. As I sit at home in rather overcast Ohio, I'd rather be trackside with you, Brian, for Formula Awesome qualifying. About 6 minutes maybe left in the session. At least 3 flying laps for most of these drivers. Not a lot of shuffling while we were on break. It's still Dan Decker at the top of the board overall. He did go a little quicker, just sub 150, 49.8, put out 2/10 of a second over your provisional pole sitter in Formula Mazda. That's Christian Ockfish. And then your provisional pole sitter with some time left on the board, Eric Doan, 114 out of Formula 4, down to a 150.8. Now enjoys nearly a 1 second advantage over Lucas Hand in Formula 4. That's a pretty big gap, as those cars are essentially spec and FIA homologated, which means you buy them the way they come. You don't build it, you don't change it, you just purchase it, and it's ready to race effectively.
Yeah, there's not much they let you do other than setups and, suspension changes here and there. There is some aero that you could adjust depending on the conditions as well. But it's basically a spec class, and it is part of the Formula One ladder, F4, F3, F2, F1. And so this is the US F4 series. And a lot of these drivers have aspirations of bigger and better. And this is a way to go to be able to get some experience before maybe heading off to Europe to try to do F3 themselves. Don't know what that yellow flag is for. I actually probably can stand up and look. Hold on.
Got to be something down in turn 1. A local waving yellow flying something has gone wrong for somebody.
Well, whatever it is, looks like it's done. Oh, there's a slow car. Going to come right into our view in just a second. That car right there. Hold on. There's a next. It'll creep in here. There it is. That car was really slow through turn 1 and is now starting to pick up speed.
I think that's Richie Hollingsworth out of Mazda, red, white, and blue car that we're talking about. Just a little bit slow after maybe a slip at turn 1. We talked about it a little bit. The wind, 30-mile-an-hour sustained gust, and sustained at a 50-mile-an-hour gust, according to the forecast. That's going to be a very, very interesting in these Formula cars. None of the cars except Formula Atlantic in this race group particularly huge on downforce. Most of the cars just enough to kind of keep them stable at higher speeds, but nothing crazy on the downforce side. But if you get a big old gust of 30 to 40 miles an hour tailwind in turn 1 at the wrong time, you have plenty of aero to feel that for sure.
Yeah, no question.
Fastest time out of Formula 3, Dan Decker improves the fastest time on the session to a 1:48.9. Now the fastest car on the racetrack by 1.1 seconds over Christian Ockfish out of Formula Mazda. Watching a Formula 4 battle, a couple of movers and shakers. It's still Eric Doan at the top, Lucas Hand in second, but Scott Pyle improves to a 1:52.2. That's about 0.5 of a second off of second place, moving him to third in class. And then Mauricio Robin up to fourth in class, a 1:52.5. Out on the top 3 by about 0.3 of a second. Also got some fans in the live chat for Lucas Hand. Needs to find about 0.8 of a second, though, as Eric Doan has really laid the smackdown on that 4th lap of this session. Just came through, in fact, across the start-finish line on maybe a reset. The fastest lap that time was about 15 seconds slow. Maybe managing tire temps just a little bit, Brian, trying to keep the car in its prime, going for another run. After finding some space, will light the wick again with maybe his last flying lap for Lucas Hand.
Yeah, this is probably coming really close to the end. Let me take a peek. Not a checkered flag in the air just yet, but the starter looks like they're ready to throw it.
Waiting for a taker, really, coming down the front straight.
Yeah.
One of our Formula 3 cars, I believe, coming into turn 1. Try to break this down by class. Starting with Formula 4, it's Doan, Hand, Kyle, Robin in the top 4. Bit of a gap back to 5th place, Robert Arana. Formula 3, Dan Decker is your top car. Then Larry Schnurr in second. Checkered flag now flying on the front straight for a couple of Formula Mazdas coming through. Speaking of Formula Mazda, Christian Ockpish is your top time there. Lars Jensen in second. Brad Drew in third. Stu Tabak slips to fourth later in the session here. And in Formula Atlantic, Cameron Parsons on top. Looks to be the lone Formula Atlantic car to contest this session, as Jim Molly did turn an outlap, but then headed back to the paddock potentially. His only time, a 2:02.5 after running a 1:45 earlier today. That could be very interesting as he's starting from the back of the pack. As the fastest race car, he's got a whole lot of work to do. And needs to do it carefully because these cars obviously can't take door handle to door handle action. It locks the wheels and sends somebody flying more often than not.
Yep, that is exactly correct. A lot of action still ahead for us this afternoon. We've got our SpeedSF Homologation Special, which is 30-car track day event. We don't commentate for that because there's really no competition going on there. But we'll have some cool cars you'll get to see there. Then we're going to take our lunch break, and we're going to come back to racing right around, looks like 1:15 this afternoon Pacific time. So we're going to take our break here and show you some pictures of the SpeedSF Homologation Special. Love the name of that, Tom. And then when we come back, we'll have some more action racing at 1:15 Pacific time. So stay with us, everybody.
Welcome back, everybody. It is race time at the Thunderhill Open from Thunderhill Raceway Park. First ever Thunderhill Open. Kicking things off with race number 1, Heat 1 for Spec Miata. This will be a lot of fun, Brian. We have about 5 races coming at us today. My name's Tom O'Gorman, joined in the booth both for commentary and directing duties. Brian Delansky here on the Racing Network. We have Spec Miata, Western Touring Car Championship, Formula Awesome races. Welcome back, everybody. It is race time at the Thunderhill Open from Thunderhill.
Sorry about that. Did you hear that?
I did.
That's what happens when the YouTube channel's up in the background and we're on a delay because of the way, internet works. And all of a sudden you started talking twice. Continue on, Tom. You were doing a great job.
Say hello to the YouTube chat. If you're with us trackside, thank you so much for joining us. If you're with us in the YouTube chat, we have an eye on you. We'll keep up with your favorite drivers as well if you give them a shout out. But Brian, 2 minutes till Spec Miata is due on track for heat number 1. Talk quickly about the format. There will be 4 races, 3 8-lap races that build from one to the next, gridded based on the previous finishing results, and then it all culminates tomorrow afternoon for the feature race, Spec Miata, that will take place in Maine at 2:45 p.m. What are you looking forward to when we go racing here with Spec Miata, Brian?
Well, I mean, Spec Miata is almost always the best race of the weekend. Usually all these cars so tightly matched, all of these drivers so good at wheeling these crazy little Miatas around the racetrack, often huge drafts and side by side, and sometimes there's a little shenanigans that happen as well, and I know some people enjoy that a little bit. So yeah, could be anything today.
Absolutely, I agree. Could be anything. And with an 8-lap race, you really have to make quick time. I think a lot of Spec Miata races tend to move towards the 25 to 45-minute length. But with only 8 laps, you can kind of throw the strategy out the window a little bit. Track position, I think, is king more than anything else, especially if anything is to happen that might bring out a full course yellow. Now, we anticipate, based on the way the schedule is built, that pretty much no matter what, we should be able to finish these 8 laps. They are not time certain, so time won't expire in theory. So unless we get something pretty significant, so you can kind of know exactly what you're dealing with coming into this race. You know it's going to be 8 laps. I don't even know that full course caution laps are going to count. I guess we're going to find out at this first ever Thunderhill Open.
Yeah. We can take a look at the starting lineups if you want. We can go through those.
Yep, taking to the track shortly. Let's start your starting grid on the pole. I don't think this is actually in grid order. I'm going to go off qualifying time.
Yeah, go off the qualifying times.
Yep, new function with us there in the qualifying. But from qualifying on the pole, starting in the number 9 on the front row on the inside, Paul Turner in the number 9. Then Hua Huang back by .044 in qualifying will be your second place starter. In third, Greg Hoff tied with Hua Huang for second and third. That's how close things are. Then Matteo Sunseri in the number 158 will start in fourth. In fifth, we have Curtis G in the number 77. Then Joe Koo, the number 6, starting in the outside of the third row. In seventh, Kevin Carter in the number 89 will start alongside Wyatt Couch in the number 66. Then we get to row number 5. Sayo Haraishi in the number 34 will start alongside David Martell in the 147. The number 11 of Tim Wright appropriately lines up 11th spot alongside Daniel Koulas in the number 17 machine. Then we get to Alid Gedstead in the number 14, starting 13th. Then the number 84 of David Vrain will start in the 14th position. Getting on to row number 8, Sonny Rayo will start in the number 108 machine in 15th alongside Gary Young in the 16th starting position, him in car number 5. Then we get to Yumna Jai in the number 166, starting 17th alongside Xavier Koo in the 18th starting position. Number 85 of Scott Carter will start to the inside of row number 10 alongside James Powell in the number 16, his outside in turn number 1. Then Alberto Gonçalves in the number 22 machine, starting 22nd there in his car. Then the number 96 of Joan Linehan will start 23rd. 24th, Justin Mancherje, look that one up. Justin Mancherje, I think, starting the number 37th 37 in 24th position. Then David McCoy in the number 75. Scott Zachary will round out the outside of the last row, inside of the last row, excuse me, alongside Kerry McHugh. That is your 27 car starting grid, according to qualifying times, moving towards this 8-minute feature race. Here they are up onto the front straightaway. We saw these cars quick out of the gate and then slow down just a little bit. I expect the first lap or two will be when the cars are the best, and then you're back into maybe a bit of management as these first and second generation Mazda Miatas, 1.6 liters, 1.8 liters, slightly different power to weights, or excuse me, slightly different minimum weights to make things all dead heat even here at the front and all throughout Spec Miata.
Should be a good one here. Again, these are pretty quick races. They should be about 16 minutes long, 8 laps. And they are 2 laps, so I don't imagine that we're going to have any issues getting them all in today. And this is an interesting format, not format that these drivers are used to. Normally they do a qualifying and then a race, but this is a little bit different with the heats today. So should be a lot of fun.
Yeah, and it adds some pressure when you have to have 4 good races in a row. Each grid is going to be based on the previous race's finishing results. So especially early in the weekend, you don't want to have something happen that puts you towards the back and you end up working your way through the field if you're one of the front runners. So a combination of restraint and aggression is going to be the most important thing here for our Spec Miata drivers, and indeed our Western Touring Car Championship drivers as well, running the same format here this weekend. That race is coming next, scheduled to start at approximately 1:45 p.m. Pacific time. That's just in about 25 minutes after this race is done. So Paul Turner, Hua Huang will be your front row coming to the green flag. And Brian, all of my experience here at Thunderhill is during the 25 hours of Thunderhill, which is really a very different beast than a sprint race. So I kind of know the spots that you want to make moves and want to maybe be a little defensive if you're in an endurance race. But I'm very curious to see what these locals who know the track very well know about this track that I don't. And they're going to show us in this race, including what side is best for turn 1, the inside or the outside. Where do you want to be coming out of the first sector onto the back straightaway? Do you want to be driver's left, driver's right? Is it important to be single file or not? There's all these questions that drivers probably know a little bit better than us, and they're going to put on a show for us.
Yeah, you mentioned something about the heat format that I hadn't even thought about until you said it. But you can run in the front for all of heat 1, all of heat 2, and 3/4 of heat 3, and make one mistake and end up starting in the back for the feature race. And going from worst to first in that feature race is not something you want to try to do. So I hadn't even thought about that dynamic when you talked about the pressure. So yeah, this is going to be very interesting.
Yeah, it's nearly impossible if you end up towards the back to find your way all the way to the front in a 30-car field. Maybe in a 10 to 15-car field, it's doable as our field working their way into the final sector through turn 11, 12, 13, being led by a beautiful Mazda RX-7 FD generation, appropriately for this all Mazda Miata race. By the way, we have prizes on the line here as well. The winners of the weekend will all receive a RS50 driving simulator setup from Logitech G, as well as a raffle to one of our SpeedSF homologation drivers, homologation special. That's the track day groups that you'll see interspaced here. And then, of course, Toyo Tires, one of the partners this weekend, supporting us in the broadcast and in making the event happen. But the field racking and stacking, coming down into turn 14 and 15 for the final time under caution pace before seeing the green flag coming to the first of 4 races in the Thunderhill Open for Spec Miata. Out onto the front straight, Paul Turner will take over the pace of the field, bring them up as quickly or as slowly as he likes. Hua Huang to his outside. Driver's right, then Greg Hoff, Mateo Sanseri, Curtis G. Joe Coe, that's your top 3 rows, and we are green flag racing, a very early green flag for the Spec Miata drivers. Paul Turner looks to have gotten a bit of a jump, but Hua Huang is right there, and we're 3 wide down into turn 1 already. These drivers wasting absolutely no time as they sweep to the first apex and then now work their way towards turn number 2 for the very first time. 3 cars, it was Turner, Huang, Hoff, absolutely side by side, and now they're still double file, 2 by 2 by 2 by 2 by 2. I mean, how deep do you want to take it all the way outside the top 10 as drivers working the slingshot around the outside, the short distance on the way up the inside? And I'm pretty sure it is either Greg Hoff or Mateo Sanseri who might be battling for the lead from the second row in the blue machine. They're still working outside as the outside of turn 2 becomes the inside for 3 and then immediately becomes the outside again for turn 4 before sweeping through the bypass for the first time. Everybody through clean and clear, Brian. We're green flag racing into sector 2 for the first time, waiting to get a good look at who that is that's taken the lead. But I think it might be, again, one of our drivers from the second row.
What a great start to this race. And a guy just walked in the room, Tomo, and I put a microphone on him. Cameron Parsons is here with us. He's a Trans Am driver. He's also in the Formula Awesome this weekend, and he's got a lot of laps here at Thunderhill. So, Cameron, how you doing?
Yeah, I'm doing good. How about you?
Good, good, good. Over the hill at 9 and now down towards turn 11, Tom. And an impressively clean start for Spec Miata.
Very impressively so, especially having been 3 wide. It's a bit of a 3-car breakaway at the front of the field as they now come down into turns 10 and 11 for the first time. Indeed, it is the number 7 of Greg Hoff that's gone to the lead, if I caught that number correctly, from third on the grid. That driver would have started to the inside of turn 1, but on the second row, and then the white machine slotting in just behind 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. The top 6, a bit of a breakaway before we have a duel for 7th and 8th, and then a bit of a splice just at the top 10, where the second half of the field now coming into the final corner.
Cameron, we've been talking about it all morning. The wind, pretty insane. How is it affecting the cars out there?
Yeah, it's totally changing your normal habits out on this track, especially turn 1 being as high speed as it is. That extra tailwind that's giving us a push into that corner, it's already a fast turn. And in the Formula cars, we're going there usually almost full throttle the whole way through, but this tailwind is pushing us so fast that it's almost an actual braking zone now. So it's changing a lot of characteristics, and you kind of just got to adjust as you go throughout every session.
Greg Hoff leading the way here in Heat 1 for Spec Miata. 1 lap down, 7 to go. Wyatt Couch scored in second position across the start-finish line in his white and black, number 66. Hua Huang from the front row slips to third in the number 119. Then Curtis G. Paul Turner, maybe the big loser at the start here, coming across the start-finish line in his number 9 car in 5th. Still got some pressure from Matteo Sinceri, Kevin Carter, and Tim Wright, all with him as well as they come through the bypass for the second time. Mechanical issue for one of our further back drivers coming up into the crow's nest just to visit our camera here. That will be maybe a local yellow flag in that singular corner, but otherwise this race should stay green as the top 7 or so continuing to pull away. They've broken the draft for the cars just behind. One car pops to the inside. That's from about 6th position. Maybe Kevin Carter coming through. Matteo Sinceri shoves him off the racetrack wide, driver's right, coming through the exit of turn 9. And then we've got a 3-wide battle, a huge lunge in the background just outside the top 15 for a couple of the cars there. The red machine up the inside of the orange and white slips off the racetrack as well. Now, that pass attempt and with that one slip off the racetrack, I think this is turning into maybe a 6-car race. And Brian, you could argue maybe just a 4-car race as Hoff, Couch, Wong, and Xi have started to pull away.
Yeah, and this is typical Spec Miata. You're going to get a couple of packs of 2 or 3 cars. These cars are faster in packs of 3 than they are by themselves. And packs of 4, sometimes it's hard to keep a pack of 4 together. So 3 tends to be the sweet spot in Spec Miata for working together to pull away from the field.
So much trust between the drivers to do exactly what you would expect yourself to do. You're trusting the other driver to do it too. You're driving through their rear window, through their front window even. Just operating on assumptions more than anything. Greg Hoff has led both laps so far. Now starting lap number 3 over Wyatt Couch, Hua Huang, Curtis G in the yellow car in 4th. Matteo Sinceri also still in the conversation, but just clinging on to the back of that top 4. Then it's a bit of a gap back to Kevin Carter. Joe Koo now up into 7th over David Martell, as it was Paul Turner misidentified that car. Paul Turner was the car that got shuffled off the track back at turn 9. He's slotted into the 9th position in car number 9. Apparently, triple nines is not good. So on the roulette machine, when all 3 come up, working their way now for the 3rd time through the bypass on the East Circuit here at Thunderhill Raceway Park.
Greg Hoff, your leader, but Hua Huang is not wasting any time. Just dropped a purple lap at 2:07.5. So he's going to try to move from 3rd up to 1st. He knows he's got to keep up with that lead driver, so he's going to try to work with Wyatt Couch to stay in the discussion here. And it looks like they are reeling in Greg Hoff just a little bit.
I agree with that. Wyatt Couch is just about 3 car lengths back. Hua Huang is essentially glued to Couch's rear bumper for second and third, especially for that previous lap. Curtis G still also right there. Really big pressure as now we have a pass for second position. Hua Huang slips through on Wyatt Couch down into turn 10. Curtis G also had pressure from Matteo Sinceri, but no change in position between those fourth and fifth place cars. Rounding out the top 10, still Kevin Carter, Joe Koo, David Martell, Paul Turner, and Daniel Kulas. After Kulas started just out this top 10 in 12th, according to my provisional grid. Battling onto the front straight, coming to halfway through this race. Remember, track position is king. Fast lap doesn't matter. Positions gained doesn't matter. All of that is bragging rights. It's just where you finish in this race that turns into where you start in the next one. Fast lap of the race, though. Why not talk about it? Matteo Sinceri, that time through, finds the fastest lap, a 6.9. That's the fastest lap we've seen this weekend out of any Spec Miata driver, despite running in the fifth spot. That's a whole lot of drafting, I think, that Sinceri was able to take advantage of. Interestingly, though, Brian, no one has anything for Greg Hoff. Look, if anything, he's pulled out another couple of car lengths as the pass between Hua Huang and Wyatt Couch maybe delayed these drivers just a little bit in the third sector the previous lap.
Cameron, now these drivers got a different format this weekend than they're used to with these heats, and one heat set in the grid for the second one. How does that change the mindset going in from one race to the next?
Well, a lot of it is, the better you finish in each heat, the better start you have for the race coming up. And so there's a little bit of a kind of preservation tactics. This is also your opportunity to get a little bit of practice, feel out the conditions, feel out how the other drivers and everything are acting. It gives you a chance to kind of scope out what your advantages and disadvantages are. So during this race, yes, you want to be gaining positions, but at the same time, this is also data collection, stuff that you're going to analyze and take back to your pit later to really put together what you need for the final.
We'll talk with you a little bit more about Formula at Awesome when we get done with the race and the break between the two. But Cameron Parsons here with us. He's in the Formula Awesome race this weekend, but has driven a whole bunch of different cars and one of the really good guys, Tom, out here all the time. So it's nice to get him on the broadcast with us here.
Yeah, Cameron, you make a great point. There's some analysis to this race that has to happen, and it's in a short period of time, effectively less than 2 hours before we get to Heat 2, starting at about 3:30. That's exactly 2 hours from right now. I'll put that thought on hold as we have a pass attempt for Curtis G coming into the final two corners. Matteo Sinceri hunting and licking his chops for an opportunity to maybe get himself up onto the podium as they sweep now through the final two corners up onto the front straight. Greg Hoff leading the race, Hua Huang in second comfortably, but Couch and G fighting it out for third. And in fact, it was Sinceri that got through on Curtis G, now pushing Wyatt Couch down the front straightaway on the preferred line into turn one, taking the inside lane. Sinceri making a great choice to kind of pick his dance partner for at least a couple corners, but to finish the thought from before, should be smart enough, or you should really take the time, let's say, put it that way, to really think about how this race unfolded. If you're a driver that has lost positions, maybe consider, if I'm on the inside or the outside lane, I have to mitigate the damage done to make sure that I don't lose positions, because it could be down to just maintaining position until you get towards the feature race. Maybe you draw the better lane, maybe you end up in a better position. So that feature or that format that builds on itself is just, there's a lot more to consider than one sprint race.
Yeah, I mean, it's almost like these races have, 4 parts to them with a caution in the middle, because no matter how far Greg Hoff drives off right now, it really doesn't matter when you get to the next race. He's going to be right there next to you on the front row. So you need to learn what he's done in this race to get out in front like that, and then do whatever changes you have either in the way you're driving or in the way your car is set up, so that when you get to Heat 2, he doesn't get a lead like this.
Exactly. We finish this time working lap number 6. We're coming up on about 2.5 laps to go from this point in the race. Looking back a little bit further in the field as the top 5 have chilled out just a little bit. Kevin Carter finds himself in no man's land, running 6th. And again, that's a great spot to be into race number 2. You can kind of assess, how did I end up by myself here, and try to mitigate that happening again. Then we have a great duel between these 3 for the bottom half of the top 10. David Martell has the spot. Paul Turner is the black car in the sandwich, and then the white with stripes is Joe Koo. That's 7th, 8th, and 9th, trying to fight their way forward. For example, if Joe Koo is able to find 1 or 2 positions, that's a whole row that he moves up coming into heat number 2. That battle works their way under the bridge and into turn 14.
I think the other thing you want to do during the break is to go look at the 7 car and find out where the nitrous bottle is, because he is just driving away from these cars. It's pretty impressive what he's been able to do, what he's able to do in this spec class. This is one of those things that really shouldn't happen.
So true, and it's very uncommon. But I think the first sector here at Thunderhill Raceway is just so sweepy. All the corners effectively linked together. Watching turn 2 here is a pass for second spot. That's very risky for Wyatt Couch to open the door like that. Took the preferred racing line with a slightly wider approach at turn 2, but it really opened the door for Sinceri and G to put the pressure on for 4th and 5th. Then we sweep into turns 3 and 4, which are pretty slow and long radius in their own right. It's not until we get through turn 6, all the way past our crow's nest camera and even the one on the other side, before you get the drafting that's going to start to kick in. So it kind of seems like the first half of this lap, if you're up on the wheel and ready to go, you can build a nice little buffer to mitigate the drafting effects down the long straightaway through turns 7, 8, and up into turn 9. Greg Hoff has played that perfectly to his advantage, while Huang, I think, is maybe the slightly faster race car, was in fact 3/10 quicker last time across the start-finish line, completing lap 6 and starting lap 7. He's also pulled out an advantage over Wyatt Couch and Matteo Sinceri and Curtis G. They are coming through turn 9. This is the second to last time we'll see them through this corner. I believe working lap number 7, coming to the white flag. I think it should be the white flag for Greg Hoff this time through. Couch still holding down 3rd. Sinceri holding down 4th. And G holding down 5th, but still in the conversation for a podium battle. I think Greg Hoff and Hua Huang have all but locked it up. They just need to make sure they don't make any mistakes. Looks like, if anything, Hua Huang has started to close up on Greg Hoff in this final sector of this lap. Changes in position for the battle for 7th, either Martel, Turner, and Koo still fighting it out, but running in that order. If anything, Brian, it almost seems like passing's at a bit of a premium so far here in heat number 1. Drivers definitely going to have to reassess their options coming into heat number 2, but we have a battle for the lead as no white flag. This is starting lap number 7. Missed the count there somehow, Brian, but counting to 10, maybe not one of my specialties. 8 is hard enough. Greg Hoff, Hua Huang, Wyatt Couch, Matteo Sinceri, Curtis G, all still in the podium fight, but they're kind of in 2 little pods. Hoff and Huang really fighting it out now, as Huang going to be hunting for any opportunity to get through. Remember, Huang was able to qualify. They tied in qualifying. They'll come to a tie again in the race between these two. The number 7 of Hoff leading the race, and the number 119, the blue Spec Miata of Hua Huang in second. And that 3rd spot still up for grabs as well. Just outside the battle for top 9 that we've been talking about, Sonny Rayo holds the 10th position, which is a nice improvement, up from 15th on my grid sheet here. Seo Haraishi slipping back a couple of spots from 9th to 11th. Gary Young also kind of holding it down just in the 12th spot. The battle for the lead, I think, has to be the story right now. They come up to turn 9. Hua Huang, this is the best the draft's going to get. He's only got this half a lap and 1 full lap left to go. Terrible passing opportunity, really, up into turn 9. You barely slow the car down, especially in a Spec Miata. It's mostly just slowed by gravity and maybe a bit of the wind today if it was facing another direction. But now we come into a great passing opportunity into the second braking zone here. Maybe carry some speed through turn 10, pop to the inside and surprise somebody, or even just get a better run off of turn 11 as they exit our camera shot into turn 11. Be the other straightaway where the draft will really kick in, and I think this is probably, Brian, the best passing opportunity the drivers have. Down maybe a full gear or so, scrubbing from 100 miles an hour down to about 50. As we go side by side between Wyatt Couch and Matteo Sinceri as well. Keep an eye on the left side of your screen. Those are the final 2 corners. There's the top 2. Here's the next 3. Couch holds onto it. Sinceri couldn't make a move work. And Curtis G not able to find any opportunity to get through as well. White flag flies for Greg Hoff in heat 1 of Spec Miata. We're side by side for 3rd as Matteo Sinceri, with a killer run off the final corners, was scored in 3rd across the start-finish line that time through.
There's a slower car not too far in front of these groups. I don't know if they'll catch that car before we get to the checkered flag, but it is something to keep an eye out for.
Keeping an eye out for cars behind. One of the back markers, you're right, could become a factor for these drivers. Bit of a boneyard happening up at the Cyclone, turn
Oh,
5.
two cars up
First
there,
car
yeah.
moving is the lapped car. Second car moving in your camera shot is your race leader, Greg Hoff, with the white roof, has pulled out a nice little gap over Huang this time, must be said. That might just break the gap, but Wong, with a really good run through turn 5, closes up, and somehow Wyatt Couch was able to hold on to the position after the attack from Sunseri into turn 1, still holds the 3rd spot. Beautiful job from the lapped car to get out of the way, lift off the throttle just enough, and let those top 2 go through. Now 3rd, 4th, and 5th are going to be stressed. Please let us go 2. Please let us go 2. They're going to have to actually make a move up driver's left to get by into turn 9. Just barely clears the driver. Nice job. Golf claps here for that back marker. Greg Hoff, Huang still just maybe 5 corners left to go. 2 decent passing opportunities. Wong is as close as he's ever been, less than a car length between himself and the race leader.
2 corners to go on our final lap, and we are going to have another barn burner of a finish in a Spec Miata race. Who surprised? Absolutely nobody.
It's been so good. And remember, the finishing results here will be the starting results for the next race. Another attack for Sunseri for 3rd. We're dead nuts even between those two. Under the bridge, into the braking zone. I think Greg Hoff on the far left side of your screen has just enough of a buffer. Actually looks like he pinched the final corner just a little bit. Will it be a drag race up onto the front straight between Hoff and Huang? I think it will be. And then here comes Sunseri as well. Hoff taking the race win for Spec Miata at the Thunderhill Open, heat number 1, and a side-by-side finish behind Hoff and Huang. Matteo Sunseri in a last corner, last lap pass will take 3rd over Curtis G, who also gets through on Wyatt Couch. Couch slips 2 positions in the final corner and onto the front straight down to 5th. Then Kevin Carter brings home a lonely but well-earned 6th position. Paul Turner able to get through for 7th, picks up a good salvage there from outside the top 10 after a front row start. Land in 7th, Joe Koo in 8th, David Martell in 9th, Sonny Rayo in 10th. That's your top 10. As we get down outside of the top 10, Seiyo Haraishi comes through in 11th. Gary Young in 12th, turning his best lap of the race, by the way, on that very last lap. Alan Gedstead will be 13th, Scott Carter 14th, and Xavier Koo in 15th, Brian, as the last half of the field still finishing their race. Side-by-side finish between the battle for 20th. Kerry McHugh and David Vrain coming across. Difference between those two at the start-finish line, less than a 1/10 of a second. Then Justin Manchurje, Joan Linehan, Scott Zachary, I think just got through on Kerry McHugh, and a couple of non-finishers, Daniel Koulas and Tim Wright, I think are our 2 cars stranded over across the racetrack at turn 5. That was a burner of a race for the front. We get 3 more of them.
It was so good we forgot our break, so we're going to take that real quick now, and then I'm going to chat with Cameron here for a few minutes because he's got to go drive a race here in just a little bit. So let's do our break real quick. Click a button. We're here with Toyota Ambassador Cameron Parsons here this weekend. How you doing?
Yeah, I'm doing good. Keeping busy working 2 jobs. One as a race car driver, and then the other one representing Toyo Tires out here this weekend.
Very nice. Very nice. This is a pretty fun event. I mean, it's a new idea with all this big festival kind of thing going on with music and drifting, and I love it when our worlds can clash and or not clash, but clash in a good way with the other parts of the motorsports world.
Yeah, it's a really cool event. I wanted to be out here. I mean, it's cool to be part of both on the Toyo side, but also as a competitor. See it from both sides. I mean, it's not often that kind of at this grassroots club level of racing that we actually have spectators and events and activities going on for families to come check out. So it's pretty cool. We get to spend some time on track, but there's a lot going on off track too that people get to check out. So it's a lot of fun.
Tell us about your car. How's it driving this weekend?
Yeah, it's good now. Yesterday we were having some issues figuring out what I was going to do about burning up some old brake pads and had to hunt down a new set. But yeah, once we got some new brake pads on the car and a brand new set of tires on there, it's been running pretty well. It's been a while, years since I've driven an open wheel car on this track. I've got more laps probably in the front wheel drive stuff at the 25 hour
Right.
more recently. So I'm kind of relearning my marks, finding my braking points a little bit, but I'm moving in the right direction.
So you're in the Formula Mazda, right?
Formula Speed, actually, this time around.
So what is that?
So it's very similar to like the SCCA FE2 car. It's a
Okay.
two-frame chassis. The class weight's 1350 and about a 200 horsepower Mazda MZR engine tied to a 6-speed sequential gearbox. It's kind of your run-of-the-mill, lots of fun open-wheel club race car.
Awesome. Awesome. Well, we're going to let you go.
All right.
You've got work to do. Anytime you want to come up, there's a headset. It's going to be sitting right here. You just put it on, and we'll have you chat with us.
Cool. I'll check back in later.
All right, we're going to take a break. We've got some cars to clean up. When we come back, we've got some more racing here from Thunderhill. You're watching the Thunderhill Open live on the Racing Network. We'll be right back. Go. You're back.
Welcome back to the first ever Thunderhill Open at Thunderhill Raceway Park. More racing action coming at you. The Western Touring Car Championship for their first of 4 races already on the racetrack for their warm-up lap. Brian, let's jump straight into the starting grid. Starting on pole, fast lap in the session by nearly 6/10 for Anthony Swain in the number 36 machine. His teammate, John Friesen, just to his outside, will bring up the outside of that front row. Then Justin Moore in a third E46 BMW will start his number 120 machine to the inside of row number 2, alongside the first different model, a BMW 2 Series of Svilen Kenev in fourth. Then Anthony Dominici will start in the 5th position with Tony Rodriguez to his outside. That's row number 3. Into row number 4, Jonathan Lugod, the first of the Hondas, will bring up his Del Sol alongside Sergio Perez in an a GR86. John Burgess in the number 45 will start 8th position alongside Reed Gibson in the ninth and 10th. Then Jack Witchmeyer in his Honda Civic will start the number 38 car in 11th. Alongside him, Michael Hilo in, I believe, a newly V8 swapped Nissan 350Z will start in the outside of row number 6. Then we get to Danny Gross, one of his first wheel-to-wheel weekends in the number 194. Will start his car just in the inside of row number 7. John Borschelt starting in the 14th spot alongside Brian Barron in the number 15th spot. Then to his outside, Adam Bow bringing up the outside of row number 8. Stephen Ellis and Derek Ambrose will bring up the back of the field. Some attrition already, as we expected, about 25 cars, only 18 taking to the track for this first of 4 heat races. Stephen Ellis also popping up on timing and scoring. Maybe the 556 will be out there as well. But Brian, an 8-lap race, these are really quick cars. Right about a 1 minute 56 was the fastest lap we've seen. Lots of BMWs at the front, but raw pace isn't everything. You need durability, you need longevity. Even though 8 laps doesn't sound like a lot, the 200 treadwear tires here is certainly going to feel some fall off, as there's a look at the field, one of the closest looks we'll get before we get the start green flag flying down the straightaway into turn 14.
Now, I would not expect as much argy-bargy with these cars as I might expect with Spec Miata, but I've seen these guys a bunch of times on several of our broadcasts, and they do like to drive these cars hard. So remember the old German touring car days where these cars, a lot of these are based upon, they like to race them hard. So we will keep an eye on that. You'll see in the bottom left corner here on the left side of the screen, the whole field to come through that final corner there. And we'll see if we might be able to zoom in on that for a future camera angle here. We'll play around a little with that coming up. But anyway, here we go. Getting ready for the start. Take it away, Tom.
Coming to the green flag. It came out early in Spec Miata, but it looks to be a little bit more delayed here in the Western Touring Car Championship, nearly underneath the start flag stand before we get the green flag. And it's a killer start for Anthony Swain. I was already cleared. John Friesen coming down into turn number 1. This power to weight ratio class has so much variety, but it looks like the BMWs have really shown the pace so far this weekend. Justin Moore slotting into third, and Anthony Dominici getting through. Looks like, as well as one other car on Svilen Kanev. Top 3-car breakaway as the field still double file in the later stages of the race through turn number 2. Later stages of the field, I should say, the bottom half of that field. Anthony Swain, though, a bit of a breakaway over John Friesen and Justin Moore. Friesen in the white machine, Moore in the dark gray. They now work their way into the bypass. Moore with a look up the inside. That becomes the outside at turn 5. Not really a great spot, but is good to feel the mirrors already, letting John Friesen know, hey, I'm thinking about it, and I'm going to try it if I can. He tries it down into turn 6 as well. Friesen leaves him space, embraces the race, and gets a better run onto the back straightaway. Puts a couple car lengths on Justin Moore now, as Anthony Swain suspected this might happen with a 0.6 advantage in qualifying, has already leapt away and leads this first heat for the Western Touring Car Championship. Bit of a side-by-side look in the background as I think that was John Burgess potentially looking up the inside of Svilen Kanev, trying to make out all these cars as they run side-by-side for the first time in this race. That's the top 5 working their way towards turn 11. We've already gotten through most of lap number 1, all clean and clear, by the way. And it's a BMW top 6 before we get to Jonathan Lugod's Del Sol in 7th. Nice look up the inside and side-by-side stuff in the background between Reed Gibson and Adam Bow.
I was able to walk through the paddock a little bit, or drive through the paddock a little bit during lunch, and these are the cars with all of the fans looking at them. Beautiful liveries and lots of cars that people see in their driveways. So lots of the fans mulling around the paddock this weekend, and these are the highlights of the weekend for them.
I think these cars just so relatable. I mean, this is the type of track car that you would start with if you kind of got to pick of the attainable stuff. Nissan 350Zs, Subaru BRZs, Scion FRSs, Toyota GR86s, lots of the BMW 3 Series from the E36 and E46 eras. Getting back to the action, it's all the way back until the maybe the 11th or 12th spot before we get some side-by-side action working through turn number 2. But for the second spot, wow, Justin Moore gets a look around the outside at turn number 3. That's nearly impossible to hang on to. but he does and goes through on John Friesen once he inherits the inside at turn 4. The new second place car, number 120, the darker BMW. That side-by-side exchange happened relatively quickly. It's not going to open the door for Anthony Dominici to get much closer, running in the 4th spot. Then Kenev in 5th. One car in timing that's not being scored, so I feel really bad I can't identify that car. I think it might be, it's not on the timing screen there either. John Lugod, though, back in 7th. We're missing one of those top 6 BMWs on timing. Try to identify that car a little bit later for you, but it is the newer BMW running just in front. The older BMW running just in front, along with side Anthony Dominici. Really impressive pace from Anthony Swain so far. At the last time he crossed the start-finish line, it was already a 1.8 second advantage. And I think it has to be said that it looks like a lot more than that at this point. Fastest lap of the race from the green flag drop, so not a full lap at pace, was a 1:59 flat. People push really, really hard to get sub 2 minutes here. Anthony Swain did it from about a 45-mile-an-hour roll, taking the green flag. The field now mostly single file, back just a little bit further. Closest battle now side by side nearly. The battle for, again, that's about 16th. Reed Gibson, Brian Zimmerman, Jonathan Borschelt fighting it out in the final 2 corners. Anthony Swain, fast lap of the race that time, a 1:58.5. Brian, he turned a 1:56 in qualifying. I suspect that is either track condition, but probably just a little bit of conservation. He knows he doesn't need to burn the thing down here in heat number 1, risk a mechanical issue, and put himself really on the back foot for heats 2, 3, and then our feature race tomorrow afternoon.
Yeah, there's a lot of racing ahead for these cars, and in this race, it doesn't matter whether you win by 6 seconds or you win by 0.6 of a second. You're still going to be in the front row, so there's really no incentive to run away, and actually there's probably a bigger incentive to not run away, especially in heat number 1. Maybe a little bit later to maybe so you can make a mistake and recover from it, but there's not a whole lot of incentive to win by 8 seconds in the first heat.
It's so true. I've raced in a series that runs a similar format to this, where each race builds on itself. And if you can build a little bit of a pad, it's absolutely common and almost smart to just kind of set into a cruise mode. Just slow the shifts down a little bit. Maybe slow the inputs down a little bit. Stay off the curb that feels the worst. Just try to make sure the car holds up, because these home-built, garage-built cars, touring cars, one of the things is a lot of them running an engine that didn't start in that car. A lot of them running electronic systems that are aftermarket and more designed for racing. You really have to be equally minded on pace and taking care of the race car. Still second spot for Justin Moore, running just in front of John Friesen at the bridge coming into turn 14. Up onto the front straight, completing lap number 3, starting lap number 4. This will, at the conclusion of this lap, be halfway through. Cars coming through the final couple corners there on the left side of your screen behind our timing tower. Then under the start finish stand, new fast lap of the race. No surprise to Anthony Swain, just picks up a couple more tenths. Is now finding himself with a 5.5 second advantage over Justin Moore. John Friesen still within touch. Slightly different lines there in turn 2, as now they've pulled away just a little bit from Anthony Dominici. And that, I think it's that dark colored car that I'm still trying to figure out the name, as that car not showing up on timing and scoring, maybe a transponder issue. Then we get to Svilen Kenev, and that's your top 6. Those 6 BMWs really kind of charging away from the rest. It's another 3 seconds or so back to the top Honda, John Lugod, and Tony Rodriguez just kind of behind Lugod there, running in the 8th position. Michael Hilo has improved up to 9th in his 350Z. That's the top Nissan runner on the racetrack right now. Just about to pop into view here on this camera shot. And then John Burgess and Jack Witchmeyer, having a good battle for the final spot in the top 10.
Noticed last time when I looked up, all of our top 3 cars have now dipped under the 2-minute range, so they have found a little pace here in the ending few laps of this race. They're not going to catch Anthony Swain now, but that will be important to know when it comes to the next race and the next race and the next heat, to be able to find a way to try to stick with him.
Yeah, it's a good point. Also, just hearing from trackside that there may be some transponders backwards or mixed up across some of the team cars.
Ah,
So if you're seeing a name that I'm getting wrong and you know it's wrong, you're correct and I'm wrong. But doing the best we can with what the transponders are listed for as the drivers working their way for about halfway through this first heat race. He's weighing up onto the front straightaway, completes lap number 4, starting lap number 5, and he's nearly a full straightaway distance ahead of the rest of the field. Justin Moore still holding things down over John Friesen. Friesen is really close this time, but I think this first sector, again, it's just so difficult to create a passing opportunity without a mistake from the driver in front. Justin Moore still holding on to the second spot over Friesen. Dominici, Svelin Kanev, and one other driver there in the top 6. Moore was able to hold on to it despite Friesen being within a car length at the braking zone of turn 1. I think right now, Brian, Tony Rodriguez is also starting to catch up to John Lugod, the red Del Sol, and the white and blue BMW back in 7th and 8th, just about to come around turn 3 around that hill any moment now. There's Lugod and there's Rodriguez, very much closer, as Rodriguez was actually 2 full seconds faster last time by than John Lugod.
yeah, going back to our transponders, we're only as good as the data we're given. So we go by what the data says, and if a lot of times these drivers with multiple cars in the team, they'll trade cars throughout the weekend, and try to see what car is better, what cars in which driver likes which car better. The problem is they don't always tell timing and scoring, and the transponders then don't match the name. So
right, you have a fleet of 6 cars under your tent, and getting the wrong transponder on is very easy to do. I've done that before myself. Actually, hearing from the live chat, thank you to everybody who's tuned in on YouTube. From Richard, reminding me that Michael Hilo, is actually in a BMW this weekend, not his 350Z.
Okay.
Joined the dark side, they like to say. Austin James has said that it's nice to have him in a BMW, just running inside the top 10 now. He's gone through, I think, on Jack Witchmeyer, switching positions. Rounding out the rest of the field, Danny Gross, Sergio Perez, Adam Bow, Brian Barron, Reed Gibson, Ryan Zimmerman, John Borschelt, and Derek Ambrose. That's 10th to 19th as we rejoin the race here. Starting lap number 6 for Anthony Swain, your race leader, now 7.5 seconds up the road from Justin Moore and John Friesen, having a great duel for second. Across the start-finish line for the rest of the top 6, Dominici, Kanev, one other driver. We'll get the name on and apologize profusely to them or blame them for us not knowing who they are. In that BMW, also battling it out in the top 6. Jonathan Lugod, again, about 0.5 of a second lost to Tony Rodriguez. Rodriguez actually looked like he was having a bit of a look inside turn 2. That battle for 7th is just about as good as it gets in this field right now. Justin Moore rallying just a little bit for second, has pulled out an advantage over John Friesen. We have a duel between these two, a pass for 6th up the inside. I think this is Kanev coming through on the dark BMW, who he is having a mechanical issue. That car looked quite a bit off pace, Brian, as he came through the cut through. I think that was Dominici that got the pass made. Kanev gone through, on Dominici.
yeah, race control, we have almost full view of the racetrack from race control, and whenever you mention something might be happening, someone goes running to look out a different window.
Tony Rodriguez has gone through on John Lugod up the back straightaway into turn 9. That puts it a now BMW top 7 instead of a top 6. Rejoining our race leader on our live images here on YouTube, Anthony Swain under the bridge before the braking zone for turn number 14. To complete lap 6. Coming up on lap 7, Justin Moore, John Friesen. And now we finally have the name. It's Matt Ailes in the 4th position. Thank you so much there, timing and scoring. We've got the 138 car back up. I apologize profusely to Matt Ailes if that was our fault, and I blame Matt Ailes. It's his fault. But he's running a relatively lonely 4th spot. That's the blue car coming through the start-finish line right now. 36 machine, I think all the top 3 in 46. Then we have Kanev in the 2 series. Comes across the start-finish line. Anthony Dominici, again, maybe showing some mechanical issues in that car, has slipped well back from that battle for 5th that he just lost out on. Now has actually been joined by Jonathan Lugod and Tony Rodriguez. Lugod scored the leader in that battle across the start-finish line. He's gone back through on Rodriguez, and there we see Anthony Dominici opening the door for Lugod. Maybe knows that he's got ailments in that car. trying not to make it too hard on his friends, but also his competitors. I'm a bit surprised to see if he lubricates that pass and makes it that easy. Lugod goes through. Rodriguez goes through as well around the outside of turn 3. That's 2 passes now we've seen around the outside of there. Just so difficult as it's off camber and blind on entry. It takes so much effort to make that work. They come now through the cut through. Lugod still absolutely dirt track in the Del Sol. Back end hanging out through turn 5 and up onto the back straight for turn 6. A big slide for Rodriguez. Going to get a poor run onto this back straightaway for the second to last time.
You know, we're talking about Anthony Swain taking it easy in these last laps because he's got a big lead. You know, the same can be said for some of the other cars up front. You know, gaining a whole bunch of positions here is not going to change much for the next heat. That said, Justin Moore and John Friesen just dropped personal bests laps last lap, so they're not taking it easy at all here.
Coming up on the white flag for Anthony Swain, but the battle for second is not going anywhere. This is as close as John Friesen has been on Justin Moore, the pair of E46 drivers. Coming into the final couple of corners as we have a local yellow down into sector 1 from start finish at least through turn 1. Try to get an eye on that. One car big off in the background, big dirt flying coming off of turn 15. And John Friesen has been able to get through on Justin Moore after a lunge at turn 14. That's going to put the teammates, Swain and Friesen, back into the top 2 spots, exactly where they started. Now Justin Moore has one full lap to try to make a pass back on the number 32, the white and yellow 46.
We've got the 86 car parked right on the front straight just past the start-finish stand, so that's what that local yellow was for. Looks like a mechanical just drove off drivers right there. There's your leader coming through the crow's nest for the final time.
Behind him, the battle for second has Friesen and Moore running in that order through the cut through, over the crest, inside tires off the ground, and then a hard land to get through the remainder of turn 5. The absolutely critical make or break moment for Justin Moore. How is his turn 6? It looks okay. Nothing special. Does not get a run on John Friesen, but stays in touch as they now sweep up the uphill run. This is a huge climb through turn 7. Really hairy stuff at the kink, just barely flat out or maybe a slight lift in all of these cars before grabbing a downshift hard on the brakes for a split second up the hill, ride the curb all the way to the track out point at turn number 9, come down the hill about 5 stories into the braking zone for turn 10. Still no opportunity created for Justin Moore, but he's still just right on the 6 of John Friesen. This is your podium battle coming into the apex of turn 7. Last time, Friesen was able to make it work into turn 14. That's the next corner that they happen to come across. I think he's close enough, though, Brian, about 2 or 3 car lengths back. Friesen has done the job and I think has locked up all but the last 2 corners in his way to come home on the second step of the podium. Checkered flag flies for Anthony Swain across the start finish line. Flicks it left, flicks it right. Celebration for the 36. Takes the win in heat 1 of 3 before we get to our main race tomorrow. The first one, check mark next to it for Anthony Swain. John Friesen earns his way back to second. Justin Moore for third. Then Matt Ailes comes across in fourth. Vilen Kanev, maybe have those cars backwards, but they're in fifth. I think the 2 series comes across. Then this great battle between John Lugod and Tony Rodriguez across the start finish line. They will finish 6th and 7th, with Anthony Dominici having late issues in this race. Mechanical issues. He limps it across the start finish line there. The E36 comes home 9th. And into the top 10, John Burgess in his E36 will hold on just over Jack Wichmeyer. Michael Hilo also right there. We get to Danny Gross, Reed Gibson, Brian Zimmerman, Adam Bow. I think here comes across the start-finish line. That is Borschelt and Barron. Derek Ambrose in the background. One more FRS across the start-finish line. That is Brian Barron. Then the Mazda 3 of Derek Ambrose will likely be your final finisher alongside the well, not alongside, but with the 86 of Sergio Perez having dropped out late in the race, Brian. That was a great race for the first of 4 coming this weekend. Race number 2. Heat 2 will be coming at you just a little bit later this afternoon for the Western Touring Car Championship at 4 p.m. Pacific.
Yep, up next, we've got the Formula Awesome. Their race for today is next. We'll take our break, and when we come back, we will have that for you. You're watching the Thunderhill Open live from Thunderhill Raceway Park on the Racing Network. Corner a little larger. Problem is
Sure.
when you make it larger, it
It just turns grainy, right?
yeah. So I can go a little bit bigger, but I can't go too big with it.
Giant ant on my desk. Biggest ant I've ever seen.
That's
Can you create a second camera
what I'm doing.
member?
Yeah, that's what I'm doing.
Yeah, okay, that's nice.
Yeah.
Cool.
I think if I do this, I'm going to have to do it without the pylon. Yeah, I think that's probably as big as I can go with it.
Yeah, that's great.
Yeah.
I think it's fine either way.
And then
Nice small improvement.
copy, paste. Rename. No, that's not right. That's what I want. What corner is that? Is that 12?
14, 15.
14, 15. Thank you. It's shaky too when you zoom in too.
Yeah.
It's fine. We're not going to use it that often, I don't think.
Yeah. You see the layer of turn 6
Hold on
and
one
turn
second.
14?
So 6 is still fine there. Now let me put a preset. It's not doing that. Shoot.
We're gonna have another hour break between the end of this race and the next one,
Um,
I think.
it'll be like 45 minutes.
How long is this first race? It doesn't say.
Hold on, let me ask. How many laps is this race? 12. This is 12. Okay, it's 12.
12 laps?
Yes, 12 laps.
And then tomorrow it says we go up at. Are we coming back up at 9 a.m. for the
No,
warm-up
we're going to
session?
start at 10:10 with Formula Awesome qualifying.
Okay.
10:10 Pacific.
Yep.
And you get to sleep in, have another brunch with your mom.
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah, this is definitely the lightest. This is like less than half the session for you.
Yeah. Yep. All right. I think that worked okay with the starting lineups that time.
Where do I fall on the Greg Ginsburg scale? Do I also take forever? Because I genuinely can't tell.
No, you were pretty much there. You were pretty much
cool.
there. It's hard to tell because the way this starting lineup works, it covers so much of the screen, you really can't tell what's behind it. But can I see? Oh, actually, I can see when they get to turn 11 here from without even getting out of my chair. So at least I can. But this is a small group, so you shouldn't have any issues here.
Yeah.
But
I mostly just wanted to make a joke about Greg.
it's all good. Anytime you want. Anytime you want. I'm sure he makes plenty of jokes about me.
I'm gonna have to start writing him down so I can relay him.
It's okay.
They have a Mars race this weekend. Is that right?
Yeah.
Or vintage? I forget.
I feel like.
Kind of surprising they would do a Mars race on the same weekend as Mid Ohio Super Tour, but I guess they probably don't get to pick.
Yeah, they get the dates they get, right? Okay. Now that I've done all of my clicking. I don't know if I mentioned it, so I had a bunch of equipment stolen out of the back of my truck on Monday in San Francisco.
What?
Yeah.
What kind of stuff?
I had 2 monitors, my Starlink uplink, and a bunch of other stuff in the bin that as the week went by, I went, oh, that's in the bin. Oh, that was in that bin. So I had to run out and buy some stuff. Matt gave me a couple of monitors to use for the weekend so I didn't have to go out and buy new monitors before the insurance paid out. And, yeah. All the important stuff I took up to the room because San Francisco is pretty common for getting stuff stolen.
Yes.
And I should have taken this stuff up too. And I was late when we got in and I was being lazy.
Yeah.
But yeah, ended up being about $1,500 worth of stuff stolen out of the back. And they didn't slit the tonneau cover with if I were stealing out of my truck, I would have just taken box cutters and slit it's the one of those soft covers. They actually pried it open and did surprisingly little damage, and they were in and out. Leslie was parked outside of a UPS store on broad daylight. Yeah, crazy.
That sucks. I'm trying to remember who it was, but somebody when the runoff threats also got a bunch of stuff stolen. Oh, good.
We're back. You're good.
Welcome back to the Thunderhill Open for our third race of the day. Formula Awesome for a 12-lap race, number 1 of 2 for the weekend for this race group. Got a handful of classes represented within this single race group. Let's get to your starting grid. Starting on the overall pole and first in Formula 3, Dan Decker will bring the field to the green flag. To his outside, the number 29, your pole sitter from Formula Mazda, Christian Ockpish. Then we get to our pole sitter in Formula 4, one of the biggest classes in the race group, Eric Doan. A huge pole position, 9/10 up on Lucas Hand. They will start side by side going to the green flag. Then we have Scott Pyle, also out of Formula 4, and Mauricio Robbins side by side on row number 3. Number 103 of Larry Schnurr, second place in Formula 3, will line up 7th overall. Then our second place driver in Formula Mazda, Lars Jensen, will line up in the 8th position outside row number 4. Brad Drew out of Formula Mazda will come to the green flag in 9th alongside Cameron Parsons, who was with us in the booth a moment ago, the pole sitter in Formula Atlantic. From Formula 4, Robert Arana in the number 5 will come to the green flag in 11th. Then to his outside in row 6, Stu Kabak in Formula Mazda. Another Formula 4 driver, Zach Lewis, will bring his number 1 car to the green flag in 13th position. Next to him, Yana Kapoor in the number 116, also out of Formula 4. Anna Palestro, another Formula 4 driver, will start 16th, and Richie Hollingsworth will start 17th in his Formula Mazda. To his outside, Chloe Jade will bring up the number 124 in Formula 4 as well. Jim Molly was not able to get a good representative time in qualifying. His Formula Atlantic car in practice turned the fastest lap of anything we've seen this weekend by 3 seconds, but unfortunately no time in qualifying means the number 38 will line up in the last and 19th position according to my grid sheet. Now, Brian, this is 4 different classes represented: Formula Atlantic, Formula Mazda, Formula 3, and Formula 4. But I think the battle to keep an eye on is probably there in Formula 4. It's the biggest class. And yes, Eric Doan did have a big advantage in qualifying by 9/10 of a second over the rest of the field. But everybody else very much close together, starting with Lucas Hand, Scott Pyle, Mauricio Robbins. And of course, we've seen already there's more than just that single raw pace that matters here. These field doing a little bit of a different format, though. Just 2 races this weekend. So this will be their first. They will re-qualify tomorrow and then race again tomorrow afternoon. So a little bit less pressure on these drivers to have a consistent finish throughout the weekend. They're just going for the best they can get once the green flag flies.
Have a little bit of a problem with the pylon here. I'm trying to get put together here. Looks like we're going to get one more pace lap. Was not aware of that.
It also looks like, Brian, we are also going to see a split start with Formula Atlantic, Formula Mazda in the first group. I think I saw Formula 3 in there as well. And then a second group coming up onto the start-finish straight any minute now for Formula 4. It'll be a nice opportunity for these drivers to maybe stay out of each other's way, not nearly so much interclass battling, and just focus on their own race. Here's the Formula 4 field. We'll get one full lap under Forest Yellow.
There we go.
Formula 3 for the Mazda Formula Atlantic will be in the first wave.
Well, it's good that we got a second pace lap because it's allowing me to fix the pylon.
Always added complexity when you add in classes within the race.
There we go. Lights out this time by. So it looks like we're back, and I have the pylon up and ready to go.
This group also, if you missed qualifying in practice, are running a slightly alternate layout. They're running the full Cyclone layout here at the East Course. You see off in the distance taking the sharp left-hand corner at the top of the hill instead of the bypass, as these Formula cars, not quite as conducive to the elevation change, the essentially the ramp jump over turn 5, and then bottoming out. Sports cars and touring cars can handle it a little bit easier. Formula 4 cars, that might create another passing opportunity, but certainly another bottleneck in the lap as the driver's having to drop down to maybe third gear, really woe the car up, make that hard left, and then drop back in to the standard circuit. Hello to everybody out on the YouTube live chat. We have so many fans, Brian. I don't know who he's paying or how many people, but Mauricio Robbins is certainly the favorite. The number 123 starting 4th in Formula 4. We'll keep an eye on the progress there for that driver, as if we did a fan vote, he would probably win driver of the day by a mile. Lots of fans cheering on the Brazilian. And again, starting 4th behind Doan and Pyle. Robbins Arana Lewis, Thomas, Kapoor, Jade, and Palestro. That will be your Formula 4 field. Austin Tiller is out there as well. Was not able to get a lap time in the books in qualifying, but that nice, about 10 car field in Formula 4 is going to be a lot of fun to watch. The first cars to come to the green flag, though, will be Dan Decker and Christian Ockpish, top two in the overall grid, first in their respective classes, Formula 3 and Formula Mazda. See a very stark difference in the looks between the Formula 3 car, really low slung, has the halo on a couple of them, the turbo 2-liter engine in that car, and then the much older style rotary powered Formula Mazda, looking almost like an older go-kart relative to the new Formula cars as they come through turns 14 and 15 for the second time, but to take the green flag for the very first time, coming up onto the front straightaway. Formula Awesome, race 1, coming at you from the Thunderhill Open. We've seen two drastically different green flag times. Spec Miata got it early, WTCC got it late. Looks like we might be splitting the difference here at least as the first of two waves coming to the green flag now, and it flies. A very low, lazy green flag gives a big opportunity for a couple drivers to jump the field. We're still 3 wide actually at the back of this pack. A good little breakaway though for Dan Decker. Larry Schnurr slots into the second spot for second place in Formula 3. Then Christian Ockpish slipping back one position as they now work maybe the outside for Ockpish, really getting racy. Looks so confident early in this race and picks up the overall race lead over Dan Decker. That's impressive stuff for your leader in Formula Mazda. Behind them, the second wave coming to the green flag momentarily. All of your Formula 4 drivers. First wave is clear and clean through the first couple of corners. Green flag flies for Formula 4. They nearly go 3 wide as well right away as Eric Doan able to get a good launch. Eric Doan able to get a good launch off the green flag, but Lucas Hand immediately shuts the door, comes across the racetrack and tries to dissuade Mauricio Robbins and Zach Lewis to try to make any progress. A bit of dust in the air. His driver's really flirting with the track limits, but it's a breakaway already for Eric Doan. Maybe not a surprise as he qualified 9/10 up on the field. Lucas Hand, Mauricio Robbins, Zach Lewis, Robert Arana, all nose to tail, working their way through turn 3 and into turn 4.
And I'm trying to pick up our first group, and I think that should be them right there as they come. Is that the first group? Yep, I think it is.
Looks like it to me. Is pretty sure that's still Christian Ockpish out of Formula Mazda with the breakaway. In the it's a slightly slower car, but it looks like he's just confident in what it's going to do in the opening stages of this race. Dan Decker, then Larry Schnurr in third overall. Then we get to our second Formula Mazda, and it's a 3-car battle between Lars Jensen, Stu Tabak, and Richie Hollingsworth in there as well. Here's Formula 4 coming up into turn number 9 for the first time. One car, a mechanical issue, going to slot off to the right side of the racetrack. That's a very nice place to disappear. You can cover it with local caution only. Eric Doan with a breakaway at the front of the field over Lucas Hand, Mauricio Robbins, Zach Lewis. Bit of jockeying for position in the background, but it's a single car breakaway, then a pack of 3 and a pack of 2 to round out your top 6 in Formula 4.
Everyone nice. I say everyone nice and clean and a very gentlemanly place to pull off and be nice and out of the way so that we don't have to worry about any full course yellow situations here as our Formula F cars come across our start finish line for the end of their first race lap.
Mauricio Robbins goes for a move down into turn 1 on Lucas Hand for second position in Formula 4. There's your race leader. Doan comes through. It looks like Robbins, no progress, actually slips pretty far back into the clutches of Robert Arana. They're now side by side through turn 2 for third position in F4. Lucas Hand with a bit of a breakaway now between that challenge in turn 1 sees maybe a 10 car length advantage now, sitting a bit in no man's land there in second. There he slots through our camera angle. Bit of a brake lockup for Mauricio Robbins as he's trying to recover from that failed pass attempt at turn 1. Robert Arana slots into 4th. Zach Lewis in 5th. Scott Pyle, having started up in the top 3, has slipped all the way back to 15th overall and 6th in class. Bit of a surprise there for the 115. If you're looking for some pace and to be trying to charge back for the remaining 10 and a half laps of this 12-lap race.
Here comes our first race group now. Past the start-finish line here. believe starting their third race lap. Big lead already for Akpish and Decker. Molly comes through next, followed by Schnur and Jensen, and then a gaggle of other cars.
It's a great battle in the background of this first heat for Formula Mazda, but we're also forgot to keep an eye on Jim Molly. He's already made his way from the back of that first group, having not qualified in Formula Atlantic, to the lead in Formula Atlantic, and also sets the fast lap of the race. Remember, that 38 car was down in the 145s in practice. Comes through, having worked his way through most of this field to a 151.6, splitting Dan Decker and Larry Schnur out of Formula 3. There's Molly, comes through turn 5, just in front of us. The next car will be Larry Schnur. Halo on the Formula 3 car, second place in Formula Mazda, third, fourth, and fifth. Lars Jensen, Cameron Parsons in that train, Brad Drew, and Richie Hollingsworth as Cameron Parsons running, I think, the Formula Speed car. He's the only one in that category and has jumped into Formula Atlantic. Details of that, don't worry about the classing, but it is a different car than a front-runner Formula Atlantic may normally be.
Looking at the stance of that Jim Molly car, it's pretty clear that that's an old-school Formula Atlantic car, so it should be the fastest race car on this racetrack, and it is making quick work of catching Decker and Akpish up front.
Yeah, Formula Atlantic was essentially the second to last thing was the last thing you did before you got to IndyCar.
Correct.
Way back in the day. That's the third car just coming through our camera shot there for Jim Molly, running a production-based engine in that car, typically a Toyota, a Mazda, or maybe a Honda. I'm not sure exactly which he's chosen, but certainly the best power-to-weight ratio of these cars, catching very quickly up to Christian Akpish, your overall race leader and leader in Formula Mazda, and Dan Decker, your second-place driver and leader in Formula 3. Here they come into turn 2. See the speed difference between the top two, and then there, so much extra speed for Molly. Actually has to really do a big speed adjustment for turn 2 relative to the two cars in front. Meanwhile, back in Formula 4, Eric Doan continues to lead that race by 2.5 seconds over Lucas Hand. Robert Arana has actually gone through on Mauricio Robbins. Here they come into turn 14 for the 5th time. And a little further back from them, Scott Pyle sits 3 seconds behind that great battle for second position in the class. There's Doan, Hand. Here comes Arana, Pyle, and Robbins. Robbins still slipping the wrong direction, back to now fifth in class across completing lap number 5, starting lap number 6.
Yeah, there's Doan, and then everyone else coming up trying to keep up.
The impressive pace for what is effectively a spec class. The 4 cars, the first of many stepping stones to get you to Formula 1 in theory. This is a class that's run globally. Very similar trim, if not identical trim. Usually a 2-liter motor, no turbos, pretty low power, pretty simple aero. It's a great stepping stone or a great destination, whatever you prefer it to be. Right now, Eric Doan really has his stamp on the class, though, is now enjoying a 4-second lead. 3.1 second lead over Lucas Hand, who's settled in nicely. It's only about 0.6 slower than your race leader. Now, Formula 4 field coming up through turn 8 and into the braking zone for turn 9. Probably just one quick brush of the brakes and right back on throttle to offset gravity as you sweep through that compression point through the middle of turn 9, up over the top of the hill, and then a big fall down into turn number 10, just into the braking zone here. Gap between the top two, settling in at just about that 3 seconds or so. But this battle behind is great. I think that is no, excuse me, that is not the Formula. I think that's Robert Arana, Scott Pyle, Mauricio Robbins, and Zach Lewis, all nose to tail. Battle for 4th is on as Mauricio Robbins, a bit of a slip up at turn 11, is going to open the door for a charge by Zachary Lewis and Jeremiah Thomas. Also in that conversation. Go ahead, Brian.
I haven't been to Ozarks yet, but I can't think of another track other than Road America that has more elevation change than, and this may even have more elevation change than Road America. You wouldn't think it by looking at it. Looks kind of flat, but there's so much here in our cameras, as you said earlier, do not do it justice.
Yeah, you really aren't. The only place you're not changing elevation here, the back straight and the front straight.
Right.
So just a correction there. It was Scott Pyle that actually got through on Robert Arana, and Zach Lewis picks up a spot as well. Mauricio Robbins has slipped from 3rd to 6th in the Formula 4 race. They come around turn 3. Bit of an advantage for Scott Pyle in now the 3rd spot, and then the battle between would look like teammates Lewis and Robbins. Very similar liveries on those cars, nose to tail up over the Crow's Nest and through the Cyclone down into turn 5 for the 7th time in this race. A great battle for 4th in Formula 4. At the start-finish line, new overall race leader was inevitable. Jim Molley comes through with a new fastest lap of the weekend, a 1:44.985. And then a side-by-side battle for 2nd overall. Dan Decker is going to charge through using the horsepower of that turbo Formula 3 to clear Christian Akpish down into turn 1. I think this is the first time those two have changed positions. But Akpish, he is absolutely batting above his weight in that Formula Mazda, just bringing it out. You see the confidence in that car from the start. Now that things have settled in, maybe the Formula 3 car up to temperature, feeling a little bit more comfortable, has been able to take over the 2nd spot once again. Here's Molley through turn 5. The next 2 cars, Decker and Akpish.
That's a good battle for the podium in that first race group. Are those 2 cars in the same class? No, one's an F3 and one's an FM. So overall podium, but not class podium here.
Yep, and well clear of any competition within class.
Right.
They now seem about 18 seconds ahead of Larry Schnurr.
Back to our Formula F battle. Or Formula 4, I'm sorry.
Yep, taking a look at them in turn 2, we are working lap number 8 of 12. This will be the last third of the race that we're into now. Maybe some lap traffic going to become a factor for the Formula 4 leaders. We just saw Richie Hollingsworth in the final Formula Mazda. He's only about a corner and a half ahead of Eric Doan. Then we get Lucas Hand at the black and white machine. Scott Pyle will be the next car through our camera shot. There, the black, red, and white. And then the battle for 4th is on Zach Lewis, Mauricio Robbins, and Robert Arana. It looks like Arana has actually gone through on Robbins to pick up the 5th position. That black machine splitting the 2 blue cars, now coming through turn 6. YouTube live chat enjoying our images of the Thunderhill Open, the first of its kind, hopefully the first of many here at Thunderhill Raceway Park. Also have a shout out to you, Brian Belansky, OMG Simple. Just here to say hi to you. Thanks for being here with us. Do I call you OMG? Do I call you Simple? Either way, Brian bringing us these images, controlling the camera shots, and joining me in the commentary booth as well. Battle for 4th is on in Formula 4. Here they come towards us on the camera shot, just under the bridge. That is Mauricio Robbins and Zach Lewis, I believe. We'll get those car numbers correct as they come across the start-finish line in about 15 seconds' time. The class in Formula 4, though, still led by Eric Doan over Lucas Hand. Gap between them about 5 seconds now, and here comes the battle for 4th. Pyle goes through, Lewis goes through, then Mauricio Robbins and Robert Arana going at it for the 5th spot. Jeremiah Thomas actually is the 6th place car, as Arana's slipped back just a little bit. Sits in the 7th spot now in Formula 4.
Pretty sure OMG is one of my sim racing friends jumping in to watch the race today. I take a week off from all of my league races because I've been traveling for racing in the IRL type, as the kids would say.
Yeah, it is that time of year where sim racing starts to take a bit of a backseat to the real world stuff if you're fortunate enough to get to do both. In Formula Awesome, we are into the closing stages of this race. The overall race leader, Jim Molley, working lap number 10 of 12. Formula Atlantic, he leads the class and the overall race. Dan Decker leads Formula 3 from 2nd overall. Christian Akpish leads Formula Mazda from 3rd overall. But the battle for Formula Mazda, the 2nd and 3rd and 4th place cars all still nice and tight together. Larry Schnurr is your 2nd place driver in Formula 3. Then we get to 5th overall. Lars Jensen, Brad Drew, Steve Tabak, all close together. There they are, nose to tail down the front straightaway into turn number 1. The trio of 13B rotaries, manual H pattern gearboxes in these cars from the mid-1980s. They've gone through a whole lot in their lives. And now today they're competing here at the Thunderhill Open in the Formula Awesome category. It's Lars Jensen in the white at the front, then the second white car, Brad Drew. Steve Tabak is the darker car in that train of three. Just trailing Larry Schnurr, Formula 3 car, just slightly ahead. That's the dark car with yellow accents coming up into the Cyclone for the 10th time.
So those of us who grew up in the 80s, does that mean we've been through a lot in life also, Tom?
Yeah, I would say so.
Thanks for that. Appreciate it. I feel
From 1991.
I feel triggered.
Been through more than me. With love, Brian.
It's all good. It's all good. It's not a race weekend until one of the announcers has made an old man joke on my behalf. Cool. So all good, all good. And you didn't even know you did it, which is even better.
No, sometimes it happens. So following this battle for second in Formula Mazda, Lars Jensen, Brad Drew, Steve Tabak coming into turn 10. Ooh, a little bit of a lapped car. Is that a lapped car or is that a big position change for Formula Mazda? It was.
Yeah.
Coming through now, that was a pass. I think Brad Drew going through on Lars Jensen. The run between turns 9 and 10. I don't know that Stu Tabak. Stu, I'm sorry if I called you Steve at any point. I think I've misread that at least once. But Stu Tabak hunting in the background. And that's actually brought Cameron Parsons in the black car in the background into this battle for the overall top 5. He's out of class and may be patient with this in-class battle between the 3 Formula Mazdas. Next car is up onto the front straightaway. Jensen, Drew, and Tabak in that order. So no position change back at turn 10, but we were side by side for a moment.
Here comes that battle into and through turn 2. These 4 cars have been with each other most of the race.
Brian, we may see a white flag for Jim Molley next time through, but we'll catch up on the Formula 4 battle. It's still Doan with a nice, comfortable lead up to about 4 seconds now across the start-finish line for a couple of our Formula 4 drivers. Then Lucas Hand still holding down second. Scott Pyle in third. Zach Lewis in fourth. Mauricio Robbins has held on to fifth over Jeremiah Thomas in sixth. Rounding out the rest of the field, Yana Kapoor, Anna Palestro, Chloe Jade, and Robert Arana, who I believe has potentially retired that car. The number 5 had dropped from the battle for fifth all the way down to 19th overall and essentially last in class. Something happening to that car. Stopped turning laps lap 8, unfortunately, for that driver.
Looks like the starter's getting ready to pick up that white flag and get to work here. It's been nice and uneventful for the starter in this race, unlike the race before. We had a car pull off right after the start stand. They had to do a little extra work, but looking for the leader here. That's why I've been sitting on this camera.
Jim Molley running away with this race. Now 18 seconds to the good over the rest of the field as he's really the class of Formula Atlantic, the only car able to turn consistently under a 1 minute 50 lap time. Coming onto the front straight in maybe about 30 seconds time yet. There's the battle for second place in Formula Mazda sweeping by. Larry Schnurr, Lars Jensen still has the position, but Brad Drew just improved to his best lap of the race, takes 2/10 out of the advantage to Lars Jensen. Effectively all glued together. And Stu Tabak also in there. A couple of our Formula 3 and Formula Mazda back markers across the start-finish line, as well as Eric Doan, your race leader in Formula 4.
That, I believe, is that Jim Hall right there that just went through?
Yep, there he is. Jim Molley coming in.
Jim Molley? Tim Hall.
Starter stands up. That is a good sign that we are anticipating a white flag in this 12-lap race. Race number 1 of 2 for Formula Awesome this weekend, and it goes to Jim Molley. 1 lap to go. Your leader in Formula Atlantic, having run a whole bunch of 145s and 146s. Some of the fastest laps I've ever seen here at Thunderhill Raceway. 144.9 is his fastest. Relying on the arrow to pull him through turn 2, just enough on camber to make it satisfying. Up onto the throttle in the late stages of that corner because you have to set up to the left for turn number 3. Rolls it in blind, then glues it to the inside. The second car in your shot is your race leader, Jim Molley, now up into the big braking zone, catching one of the back markers in Formula 4. slows it down, turns her left, falls back down the hill, and will then get up onto the back straight for the final time after exiting turn number 6. Still no changes in Formula Mazda, by the way. Lars Jensen, Brad Drew, and Stu Tabak still going at it. In Formula 4, things have spread out just a little bit, except for the battle between Zach Lewis and Mauricio Robbins for 4th.
As a wise person once told me, you don't need the biggest, bestest motor, but you want the biggest, bestest motor. You don't need the biggest, bestest aero, but you want the biggest, bestest aero. And guess who has both of those things? Jim Molley, as he gets ready to take the last few corners here at the first race of the weekend for Formula Awesome. Just a couple corners to go before he gets to take his checkered flag.
Just putting a lap on Jeremiah Thomas there, I think, at turn 10 and 11. Final time into the braking zone for turn 14. About 110-degree change of direction. Comes into our camera angle there on the left side of your screen any second. Jim Molley onto the front straight from the back of the back of the first starting wave, takes the checkered flag and a win in Formula Atlanta.
Let's see if we can back up to one of our other battles here. There was a 4-car battle here in Formula 4. Let me see if I can find that. That was for second place. I think that's these guys coming at us right now.
Sure enough, that is Larry Schnurr's Formula 3 car, the blue machine. We get to Schnurr, Drew, Tabak, and one of those three, either Brad Drew, no, excuse me, it was Lars Jensen. Lars Jensen with a bit of an issue, slips from second in Formula Mazda back to the back of this train in 4th. He's also had Cameron Parsons pass him. So in the very last lap, Brad Drew looks like he may pick up second spot as Christian Akpish has come through and taken the win in Formula Mazda. Dan Decker has taken the win in Formula 3. Big shakeup for second in Formula Mazda. Brad Drew will likely come through in a moment's time. Knock on wood for him. Nothing happens in turn 15. And there we go. Larry Schnurr takes second in Formula 3. Brad Drew takes second in Formula Mazda. Stu Tabak takes third in Formula Mazda. Cameron Parsons comes through for second in Formula Atlantic. And then Lars Jensen slipping 2 positions late in this race back to 4th in Formula Mazda. Next car across the line will likely be your race winner in Formula 4. Here he is, checkered flag for the number 114. Eric Doan takes the win in Formula 4 comfortably over Lucas Hand. Comes through just there. Then our 5th place driver in Formula Mazda, Richie Hollingsworth, red car that just came through. And we get to Scott Pyle. Mauricio Robbins holds on for 4th in Formula 4. A nice late charge over Zach Lewis, who turns his fastest lap of the race a little too late. Coming home 4th. Jeremiah Thomas 5th. Yana Kapoor will be in the 6th spot, but about 30 seconds back from Jeremiah Thomas. Wait for that number 116 to come up onto the front straight. There's Jeremiah Thomas taking the checkered flag. That'll do it essentially for race number 1 in Formula Awesome, Brian. So these drivers will take another qualifying session tomorrow morning at about 10:10 a.m. Pacific time, and then their race 2 will be tomorrow afternoon at 1:30 Pacific. A little bit of a different format for those two, but stick with us today. We still have 2 races coming at you. Heat 2 for Spec Miata and Heat 2 for the Western Touring Car Championship coming up in about 45 minutes time. We'll take a quick opportunity to thank our sponsors who have made this broadcast and this event possible, Toyo Tires and Logitech G. Then Brian and I will take a little bit of a breather as well as we let loose the SpeedSF Homologation Special, the Track Day group. Get some images of that, and we'll be back in about 45 minutes time, 3:30 p.m. Pacific for Spec Miata Heat 2.
You're watching the Thunderhill Open from Thunderhill Raceway Park, live on the Racing Network. We'll be right back.
list of names. Welcome back to the final couple of races at the Thunderhill Open, the first ever Thunderhill Open here on Saturday from Thunderhill Raceway Park, bringing you Heat 2 for Spec Miata, and in about 30 minutes time, Heat 2 for the Western Touring Car Championship. Hello, trackside and out on YouTube. Thanks for joining us today and enjoying some of the racing action. It's absolutely gorgeous, if not a bit windy, out here at Thunderhill Raceway Park. And my name's Tom O'Gorman, coming at you with action from the booth. Brian Belansky, who's also on the direction for our live stream today. And before we get to anything else, let's jump into our starting grid for race number 2, Heat 2. This is an 8-lap race for Spec Miata. Based on the finishing results from race number 1, on pole, Greg Hoff from 3rd in race 1 will start on the pole. Hua Huang will start 2nd. These two had a great battle in race number 1. Scheduled to start 3rd is Matteo Sunseri, although hearing there may be a penalty applied to Matteo Sunseri for contact in race number 1. We'll see where that car comes out onto the starting grid. Then scheduled to start 4th will be Curtis Z. In the 5th spot, Wyatt Couch had another great race there. We'll start in the provisionally in the 5th position. Then Kevin Carter looking to be a little bit more in touch with the front runners after getting left in no man's land there, starting 6th. Paul Turner will start 7th. He was your pole sitter for race number 1, I think involved in the incident with Matteo Sunseri somewhere in race 1. Keep an eye on that, number 9 as well, to try to charge forward. Then we get to 8th position, Joe Koo. Then David Martell and Sonny Rayo will be in row number 5. Seo Haraishi and Gary Young will start in row 6 together alongside, or just behind them, Alan Gedstead and Scott Carter will start in row 7. Xavier Koo and Yoni Zhai will start in the 8th row alongside one another. Then Alberto Gonçalves and James Powell will line up in the 6th row side by side. Excuse me, in the 9th row side by side. David McCoy and Kerry McHugh will start in row number 10 alongside one another. Then David Vrain and Justin Manturge in the 11th row. Joan Lindahan and Scott Zachary will start in the 12th row alongside one another. And then bringing up the back of the pack, a couple of cars with DNFs in race 1 mechanical issues for the 17 and the 11, Daniel Koulas and Tim Wright should round out our field here of about 27 race cars. Brian, we're coming to the green flag, and it proved to be absolutely critical to get to the front and stay there as best you can here in Spec Miata. Not a lot of passing opportunities, not a huge amount of drafting either, but lots learned and lots to apply coming from race number 1, Heat 1 to Heat 2 here, another 8-lap race.
Yeah, it should be a doozy here. It was that way the first race, so the first heat here. So it'll be fun to watch these cars as they try to do it again all lined up is pretty nicely. At least the first 5, 6 rows look really good here as we get ready to get started. Another 8-lap
And
heat race.
yeah, and just got visual confirmation there that Matteo Sanseri is lined up behind Paul Turner. I think that penalty applied, just moving the 158 behind the number 9 on the starting grid. A small adjustment there, but we're coming up onto the front straightaway. Field turned over to Greg Hoff to set the pace down into turn number 1. It was a really early green flag in heat 1. Bit of a delay now for the green flag, keeping the drivers on their toes coming into heat number 2, an 8-lap race for Spec Miata, and we are racing. Green flag flies on the front straightaway, and 25 plus Spec Miatas whiz their way down into turn 1. A couple of 3 wide battles already starting, but Greg Hoff and Hua Huang were able to get a good start. Next time we'll see them on our live camera images is here into turn number 2. Hoff in the black with the white roof, Huang in the solid blue, and we're still almost 3 wide. Look at this. Wyatt Couch up the inside for the lead. The white and black machine, a killer start from row number 2 down the inside at turn 1, and is easily able to clear Greg Hoff coming into turn number 3. New race leader, the number 66 of Wyatt Couch.
Here they come now. Absolutely. Up towards the bypass for the Crow's Nest for the first time here.
Oh, and it's an absolute scrum behind. Looks like Greg Hoff was able to kind of get this thing single file for himself and pulled out a 3-car length advantage behind those side by side for Curtis Z and Matteo Sanseri, who looks to have had a really nice start all the way up into the battle for 5th position. To double check if that is him or maybe Paul Turner coming from 7th, as both are in black cars, if memory serves. Top 2 breakaway. Now Greg Hoff gets a really nice draft on the back of Matteo Sanseri. Into the back of Wyatt Couch into the braking zone for turn number 9 for the first time. It's going to be Couch, Hoff, then Curtis Z slotting into the 3rd spot.
There's a car that spun, it looked like.
Through. Go ahead, Brian.
I said, look, we had 1 car spin and then move on.
Oh, excuse me, it's Wong. And then trying to get a number on that. It is indeed. I think Paul Turner has raced his way from 7th to 5th in that dark car, 5th in row. Get an eye on the yellow machine. As maybe that was, there it is in the background. Oh no, drama for Curtis Z starting on the 2nd row. The yellow car slow on driver's right, coming between turns 13 and 14. That's one of our front runners with a mechanical issue, and that's exactly what we talked about, Brian, with getting a hiccup in one of these early heat races. I think the best case scenario for Curtis Z is he's on the recovery drive trying to get through the rest of the field in the next 2 races, but the battle for the lead is on. Greg Hoff now leads lap number 1 after Wyatt Couch made the early pass, was able to pick up the spot due to his run through the final corner. Number 7 leads lap number 1. Then it's Couch, then Huang, then Turner, all the way up from 7th to 4th, kind of splitting the gap between himself and the 5th place car. Kevin Carter was able to maintain a position over Matteo Sanseri with the retirement of Curtis Z. Bit of a top 6 breakaway, I think, here. The battle for 3rd, look how close they are. And it's really not too far back to Joe Koo, David Martel, Sonny Rayo, Sayo Haraishi having a nice start as well. The field pretty much single file, but in close quarters through Sector 1 over the bypass for the 2nd time in this 8-lap race.
Oh, there's a car off. And
really pushing the track limit there at turn number 6. And actually, it's Kevin Carter who slips off the racetrack. That red car from 6th is going to lose a whole bunch of spots. Brian, good eye on that one. Sorry for cutting you off on it, but that was Kevin Carter having an issue. Going to promote Matteo Sanseri now up to 5th.
This time by this heat race, Tom, everyone has gone. Oh, there's a car way off into the grass there. That is.
Now that was close.
I think that was an evasive move. Someone probably went to move around someone and didn't know there was someone next to him, and they were able to get out of the way, which saved disaster there for the cars behind him.
Yeah, that turn 8 kink down the back straightaway is kind of a non-factor in these cars when you're by yourself, but it's nearly impossible to go side by side through, and looks like a very close call for a couple of those drivers. Hua Huang has been able to get through on Wyatt Couch for 2nd position as well. That exchange happened relatively quickly, so Greg Hoff still within reach of that 2nd place battle, but trying to do what he did in heat number 1, which is drive away, check out, and dominate the race. come up onto the start-finish straight for the third time. Starting lap number 3, it's Hoff, Wong, Couch, Turner, Sunseri, and Joe Koo is going to be elevated up to 6th. David Martell 7th. Sonny Rayo in 8th. Kevin Carter recovers that off from turn 5 down into 9th now after being as high as 5th. Seiyo Haraishi gets the opportunity to hound that number 89 car on its recovery drive as the top 5 have broken away. Matteo Sunseri just hanging on by his fingertips to the other 4 cars in front. And then a really cool battle between those 2 white cars for 6th. Joe Koo and David Martell absolutely going at each other. Coming to turn 3 here any moment. There they are. When that's Koo running just a little bit wide off the apex at turn 3. Typically wouldn't be a huge deal, but that corner is already off camber, has some patching down the inside of it that really, really incentivizes you to stay on the racing line and cut some distance. Luckily for Koo, it did not open the door for David Martell or the rest. Once again, Brian, Greg Hoff has just got everyone's number. He's able to drive away. We don't see this hardly ever in Spec Miata, where a driver on raw pace can clear the rest of the field early in a race like this.
Yeah, sometimes it happens later in the race. Like, other cars, do a little dancing with each other, and they break the draft, and the leader pulls away a little bit. Or later in the race, somebody burns off their tires, so the leader has a little bit better tires. But early on, it's a fairly uncommon occurrence. Hoff has definitely got the measure of this field, at least in these first couple of laps.
And that just comes down to knowing the car. I think all these drivers running the Toyo RR racing tire, a DOTR compound, very little tread, no tread pattern on it effectively. So these cars drive a much more precise than a car on street tires would, but they are still a relatively soft construction tire. So if you're used to the way the car moves around underneath you and you're confident in the momentum you can carry early on, that is what Greg Hoff likely has figured out, that the rest of the field maybe just hasn't quite. Other option of many, I guess, as we can speculate till we're blue in the face, is that the other cars have just been going at it a little bit more than Greg Hoff, who's mastered getting to the lead early and not having to go side by side nearly as much as the rest. That time across the start-finish line, a fast lap of the race going to Hua Huang from second position. Takes about a tenth, out of the race lead for Greg Hoff, but it's still 0.6 of an advantage for the number 7 over the number 119, who has started to pull away from Wyatt Couch, Paul Turner, and Matteo Sunseri. Bit of a carbon copy of Heat 1, different cars involved, but a top 2 battle brewing with a 3-car duel for third in the background as we are coming up on halfway, working lap number 4 of 8.
Since we are at halfway, let's do this. Let's take our break, thank our sponsors, Logitech G and Toyo Tires, and then we'll come right back.
Back with you from the Thunderhill Open live stream action for Spec Miata Heat 2, their second of 3 8-lap races, which will culminate in a 4th race, a 12-lap feature tomorrow afternoon. Greg Hoff is your race leader by 0.6 of a second over Hua Huang last time across the start-finish line. Then another second back to Wyatt Couch. Paul Turner and Matteo Sunseri duking it out for third. Joe Koo and David Martell have been going at each other in 6th and 7th with a little bit of a buffer to Sonny Rayo, Kevin Carter, and Seiyo Haraishi, rounding out your top 10. Taking a look at them coming up onto the front straightaway, completing lap 4, starting lap 5, and Hua Huang is there in the draft. And now we're going to go side by side in the background for Wyatt Couch and Paul Turner. Here comes Turner down the inside of turn 1. Brian, this has not worked out very often, but maybe Turner just trying to get Wyatt Couch off of his rhythm just a little bit, coming now into turn 2. They've lost some time, and now it's side by side for Couch, Turner, and Sunseri trying to go the long way around as well. That's so tough to pull off at turn 2, but it does give you the inside lane for turn 3. Here they come into 3. It's still side by side on the entry, and then just slots in single file I have to tell these cars apart by their color. One of them's black, one of them's dark red, but it kind of looks to me like Matteo Sanseri was able to get the move over on Paul Turner. Have to wait to get a little bit closer to tell. And that duking out has given Wyatt Couch in the white and black car in third a little bit of a breathing room. Once again, Greg Hoff, so strong in Sector 1, is able to pull out about a 2 to 3 car length advantage over Hua Huang for second. And then the draft brings Hong back all the way through the second and third sectors onto the front straightaway, kind of that ebb and flow at this point. There's the 2 car length difference, 3 car length maybe between the top 2. And indeed, it's still Paul Turner in fourth over Matteo Sanseri in fifth. No change of position in the top 5 this time by.
In the first heat, Hoff drove off and got a pretty decent lead, and then Hua Hong was able to catch up. This time, that's happened a lot earlier in the race, and the point now that Hoff actually has some pressure here, which was a little uncommon in the first heat, a little more pressure this time by, so everyone's either gotten a little faster or Hoff maybe has lost a little step from heat 1.
These 2 drivers tying in qualifying for second and third. Big moves happening in the background, though, for third. Wyatt Couch still has the position, but Paul Turner and Matteo Sanseri all over the shop trying to find a preferred driving line and a braking zone into turn 14, into turn 15. Hoff sets the fast lap of the race once again from the lead, 207.983. And this battle for third isn't going anywhere. Wyatt Couch just barely clearing the overlap for Matteo Sanseri. Sanseri able to get by in the final couple corners over Paul Turner, but Turner still plenty of time in this race to come back at him as we work lap now number 6 of 8. Sanseri is all over the back of Wyatt Couch in turn 2, and looks like maybe Paul Turner giving it just a little bit of a breather as he's dropped back 2 car lengths or so. Then we still have an awesome scrap for 6th as well, as Joe Koo holding off David Martell. Kevin Carter has gone through on Sonny Rayo to pick up 1 spot in the red machine. Then Seo Haraishi also in touch there, I think, as well as Gary Young. So 6th through 11th in that train. Second pack of cars working their way towards the bypass at turn 5. Just now, little rise of the RPMs as they cross over. Probably just maybe a lift, if not a brush of the brake pedal to turn the brake lights on, a small speed adjustment, and then that flick into turn 6, where the red car of Kevin Carter is all over the back of David Martell.
You know Greg Hoff is getting pressured. He just dropped a purple lap, fast lap of the session, 207.987. So he knows that Hua Wong is there and wants that lead, wants to take the win here in heat number 2 to set him up for a pretty good spot on the inside of front row for heat number 3 tomorrow morning.
Brian, in the past, we've talked a lot about how these draft racing drivers really have a mentality of when to make the pass, not just where, because the lap where it happens is absolutely critical. You don't want the other driver to have an opportunity to come back at you. And I have to wonder if Hua Huang is maybe a bit in that mindset, still knowing there's 2 laps to go in this 8-lap race. I still think track position is king. It's unlikely he's in that mindset, but very possible is now for 8th position. Kevin Carter is popping out on David Martell. Going at it. Now, here comes Hua Huang to the inside at turn number 1.
You know, and there's no trophy for winning heat number 2, and if you burn off your tires in heat number 2, you might not have enough for heat number 3 on the feature. So while it's great and no race car driver wants to finish second, sometimes discretion is the better part of valor, and finishing second in this heat really doesn't hurt you much here.
It's so true, especially as these heats build on each other. The only downside of that for a driver like Hua Huang is that Greg Hoff will have won both races. So yes, in theory, a set of second-place finishes through the first couple of heats. It's great for your championship or your weekend championship, call it that, effort. But if it's the same driver beating you every time, it's not necessarily a good thing for your weekend effort. Wyatt Couch just turned his fastest lap of the race from third. It's still about a second off the fastest lap of the race set by Greg Hoff, though. Really no action happening in that battle for third. Things have stabilized just a little bit. Still the best battle on the racetrack, probably, and not too far behind as far as racing goes, and also figuratively and literally, I guess. Joe Koo, David Martell, Sonny Rayo got back through on Kevin Carter. Sayo Haraishi also in that train, now coming through the kink at turn 8. Joe Koo has driven away nicely from that battle, in fact. Coming down into turn 10, race leaders for the second to last time. I'm doing the math correctly. We should see the white flag for Greg Hoff this time, working lap number 7. Coming up on some lapped traffic, in fact, at the back of the field. This is maybe Alan Gedstead nursing an injured car. This car has been kind of flirting with the top 10, and I think Wyatt Couch knows it's time to go. He looks to the inside at turn 14 for the next cars to appear there on the left side of the screen. Are they side by side? Just no. Hua Huang gets through on. No, he does not. That's still Greg Hoff in the lead from the outside of turn 14. Was able to hold on to the point.
Yeah,
No white flag. I did the math incorrectly. Greg Hoff continues to lead the race.
It's all right. I don't love the blurriness on that camera because it's so zoomed in, but for this particular instance, I wanted to show what might have come out of that pass there. Now those
nice heads up driving from the lap traffic to let these guys through. Go ahead, Brian.
I was going to say, now those cars get past that lap traffic nice and easy. No problems there.
Here comes Paul Turner on Matteo Sanseri. Two cars battling for fourth. This is going to give Wyatt Couch a bit of a breather coming into turn 3. Lapped car is the third car in shot. There's Couch, the white machine, and Turner and Sanseri going at it between the two of them, coming down the second to last time through turn 3. See if Turner got through. I believe he did not. I think it's still Sanseri. Passing is just at such a premium once we get through turns maybe 1 through 4, Brian, in these early stages of the race. I think this track broken up just enough with fast corners. These cars relatively slow, don't have to slow down a whole lot in some key braking zones that the faster cars can create passing opportunities in.
Hoff and Huang, no competition from behind. It's just the two of them to determine who's going to take the number 1 spot here. Bragging rights from Heat 2. It is that psychological thing, though. If you get beat twice, you start to think, maybe I can't beat this guy. So I get that 100%.
Yeah, even if you're able to run the exact same lap time, if you can't find an opportunity to go by or create one, kind of stuck there in waiting. Essentially, you're kind of stuck in that purgatory. Meanwhile, as they got closer to the camera shot, I do believe Matteo Sanseri got by Paul Turner, or maintained the position over Paul Turner, and now Turner has dropped back just a little bit from that battle for third. Also saw Hua Huang looking up the inside of turn 14 yet again, testing the definition of insanity, trying the same thing twice. Let's see if anything different happened for him as they come to the white flag. Greg Hoff, on his way to what he dreams of as his second win on the weekend, has a ton of pressure on what is now the fastest car of the race. Hua Huang resets the fast lap at a 207.979. That is less than a hundredth faster than Greg Hoff's previous best lap. These two are just at this point basically checked out. I think they could even have the rest of the lap go side by side and still maintain the top 2. Wyatt Couch has a ton of pressure from Matteo Sanseri, who now has his rear view mirror a little bit more empty. Paul Turner drops back about 1.4 seconds last time across the start finish line.
10 corners to go, a little less than 2 miles for the finish for Greg Hoff as he tries to hold off the pressuring Hua Huang in these final laps here, this final lap here in heat number 2 of the Spec Miata race.
On to the back straight through turn 6 into turn 7 for the final time. Greg Hoff has bought himself another one of those absolutely necessary 2 to 3 car length advantages coming into that back straight section, driving towards us now up into turn number 9. Quick grab of the brakes, maybe a downshift to the top of third, and then ringing the car out all the way to the track out point. This is about as far back as Hua Huang has been this entire race. Greg Hoff digging deep on the final lap. No challenge for position for Wyatt Couch either. He has a little advantage over Matteo Sanseri. Paul Turner has dropped back from that battle as well. Now into the braking zone for turn 11. Your race leaders, Hoff and Huang. Final opportunity. Did Huang have something in his back pocket? Has he been doing the same thing over and over, trying to create some comfort in Greg Hoff? As now he swaps positions and maybe has gotten through to the lead. He does indeed. A new race leader coming through turn 12 and 13. Hua Huang picks it up into the final braking zone and has about a car length advantage. He leads the race up onto the front straight. Just a drag race now between the two. One car length advantage for Hua Huang coming to the start-finish line. The drivers that tied in qualifying now photo finish between the two, Brian, and it's an advantage Hua Huang by 36 thousandths of a second on timing and scoring. Greg Hoff scored in second. In the background, another photo finish between Wyatt Couch and Matteo Sunseri. Couch is given third position on timing and scoring, 500ths of a second behind him. Matteo Sunseri, I should say it's behind, it's to his right. And then Paul Turner across the line for fifth. What a pair of photo finishes. Holy cow. Spec Miata at its best.
Yeah, Huang had been best through 10, 11, and 12, and 13 for the entire race, always making up the gap. And I think that Hoff knew that and maybe pressed a little hard through that section, made a little mistake, because when Huang got to our backstretch camera, he had a 3-car length lead, but Hoff pushed back there at the end with the opportunity to try to catch him at the line and didn't quite get the job done. So Heat 1 to Hoff, Heat 2 to Huang. What's going to happen in Heat 3, Tom? I have no idea.
That is pretty incredible. And it looks like it happened maybe in the extra concrete over at turns 12 and 13. I wonder if Hua Huang was maybe just kind of sizing up Greg Hoff, that whole race, and then used every inch of racetrack that he possibly could on that last lap to create the opportunity. He missed it just in cutting from camera to camera, but it happened way over there coming onto the back straight, and then Huang was able to hold on barely. I mean, that's less than I have to do the math almost of what this 3-mile circuit at a 2 minutes, 0.7 and 9 and some change is in inches between those two drivers at the end of the race. Don't go anywhere either. We'll run down the top 10 in just a minute, but we're coming back at you in just a few minutes as well with the final race of the day, the Western Touring Car Championship, slated to race in about 5 minutes' time. But your top 10 in Spec Miata, Hua Huang, then Greg Hoff, Wyatt Couch, Matteo Sunseri, Paul Turner. We watched them race it out the entire race. Then Joe Koo holds on for 6th. David Martell for 7th. Kevin Carter gets back to 8th over Sonny Rayo for 9th. And Seo Haraishi comes home 10th. That will be your first 5 rows coming to the green flag for heat number 3 as we go racing again tomorrow morning at 10:30 a.m. Pacific time here for Spec Miata. Brian, we'll take a little bit of a break. Thank our partners from Logitech and Toyo Tires. Thank you so much for joining us from Thunderhill Raceway Park and the first ever Thunderhill Open. We'll be right back. The final race of Saturday at the Thunderhill Open Western Touring Car Championship 2, an 8-lap contest coming at you. Let's start with our starting grid first and foremost. After his win in heat number 1, starting on the pole, Anthony Swain will bring the field to the green flag. To his left, though, a little bit of a change. Justin Moore scored second place after race 1, after Friesen was scored, John Friesen was scored to have not left racing room. He will receive a 5 grid spot penalty. Notice him down there in 7th. Either way, Matt Ailes will now come to the green flag on the inside of row number 2. To his left, or to his right, I should say, Svilen Kanev in the BMW 2 Series will come to the green flag in 4th. Jonathan Lugod up to 5th with that change in positions in the Honda Civic Del Sol. Then Tony Rodriguez in his E46 BMW. John Friesen finished second, will be starting in the 7th spot. Look for that car to be trying to make some moves up through the field. Anthony Dominici with some mechanical issues through number 1. Held on for 8th, he will start in 8th. John Burgess in his black E36 will come to the green flag in 9th. And on the outside of row 10, Michael Hilo in his BMW. Getting to row number 6, Jack Witchmeyer in the J32 Honda Civic Coupe will start alongside the EF Civic of Danny Gross, car number 194. Then Reed Gibson and Brian Zimmerman start alongside one another in row 7. Adam Bow and John Borschelt in 15th and 16th. Brian Barron and Derek Ambrose were your final race finishers in heat number 1. They come to the green flag in 17th and 18th, respectively. And a couple cars with mechanical issues early in the weekend will be starting on the back foot, but with a plenty good opportunity to race their way forward in this race. That is Stephen Ellis and Sergio Perez in the number 86, GT 86. Brian, coming to race number 2, we saw in the beginning of this first race that Anthony Swain was basically untouchable, was able to drive off into the distance and win the race by a good margin, about 8.8 seconds, in fact. But now with things being shaken up between 2nd and 7th, a little bit of a different shape for this race for some of these drivers. Justin Moore now does not have to make any passes. He spent the race duking it out with John Friesen. Matt Ailes is now up into the 2nd row along with Kanev. Lugod and Rodriguez has a great battle. Friesen going to be trying to pick up spots. Heat number 2 is going to be a lot of fun.
Yeah, heat number 2 is going to be a lot of fun. We get ready to go racing here. I just realized that Michael Hilo and Brian Zimmerman are in 2 really popular West Coast sim racing leagues, one of which I race in on Thursday nights, Brian Zimmerman. So I'm going to go good luck to those guys because they beat me in the sim. Maybe they'll have good luck here.
Go, some favorites from the booth. Also, shout out to our YouTube chat. If you have any favorites in the race, we'll give them a shout out as well. Thank you so much for joining us here on the Racing Network. We've got about 100 of you watching live, and then also trackside coming to the green flag for heat number 2 in the Western Touring Car Championship. A late green, and Anthony Swain takes the field down into turn 1, but it's a really solid start from Justin Moore as well. Still side by side, nearly 3 wide in the background for the Lotus Elise and the other Honda in the field. Everybody thundering into turn 1, just a small speed adjustment from the slow bring up before the green flag, and we're down into turn 2 already. Justin Moore is absolutely hounded, tries for the long way around Anthony Swain into turn 2, nearly impossible, and has to slot right back in line. Matt Ailes holds on to 3rd, but the battle for 4th, 5th, and 6th is not settled in any capacity. Kanev, Lugod, Rodriguez, all side by side at different points through the first 2 corners of this race. Now working our way into turns 3 and 4, and we're still 2 abreast for the 3rd position. Now, finally, Matt Ailes able to close the door on Kanev. That's going to open the opportunity for, is that John Friesen coming up already, or is it Tony Rodriguez through turn 5? I think it was Rodriguez. Lugod maybe has lost a position and now has to duke it out side by side with John Burgess, who has had a really nice start. That's Dominici in the E36.
Swain and Moore with a huge start. They didn't get a big jump, it didn't look like, but by gosh, they got through 1 and 2 with just a big, big lead.
I think that's all down to getting single file very, very quickly. Matt Ailes has already found himself very much alone coming into the second half of this lap, running in 3rd, but a big shakeup for the rest of the field, still having a doozy of a battle between the rest of them. I think, who is this black and red car coming at us? That's next. I'm pretty sure that car yet. Is that maybe? I'm not sure. Who is this black and red BMW? Trying to find the car on my spotter's guide. Is that car hasn't been? Is that Jarek here? I'm not quite sure, Brian.
Yeah, I don't know. We'll know in a minute. Once they cross the
Yeah.
line, it'll be pretty obvious to us. But
Also be John Burgess with a livery. I'm just waiting for that to update across the start-finish line for the first time, though. Anthony Swain leads the race by 2.1 seconds over Justin Moore. Look at this huge battle that we have across the start-finish line for about fourth. And Brian, the question is answered. It's Michael Hilo from down in, was that 10th at the start of this race?
Wow.
What a start for the driver of the number
Unreal.
58. That's the red and black BMW that flummoxed us through the second half of that lap, all the way from 10th to 4th. Svilen Kanev slots into 5th. Lugod 6th. Matt Ailes down to 7th, as it's actually Tony Rodriguez all the way up in 3rd in a very similar liveried light blue and white BMW. Man, a couple of big surprises here. Matt Ailes on the back foot. Anthony Dominici not making any progress. Drac Witchmeyer gets the Civic up into the top 10. He runs 9th over John Burgess, but Tony Rodriguez and Michael Hilo must have had Wheaties for lunch somewhere, and they're just starting to kick in here in Heat 2.
yeah, or they decided that green was going to be their version of green at the start, and and they just decided to smash it and see what happens. And it looks like they pulled off the start of the century.
We need to see some in-car video of how Michael Hilo was able to get through so many. I guarantee he's got it.
And he
He's
probably
now maybe a bit of the cork in the bottle for the rest of that top 10. He's really not been able to really establish any sort of dominance over that section of the field. There's the gap that he's finally pulled out, about a 2-car length advantage. A little bit of a breather, finally, for Hilo after that charge. Svilen Kanev in the 2 Series slots into that 5th position. Lugod, then Ailes, then Dominici, then Witchmeyer, then Burgess. This field is much closer this race than they were last time by, and it's this battle for 4th that is absolutely raging. Michael Hilo feeling the pressure, goes defensive down into turn number 14. The cars come into the braking zone, maybe 1 or 2 downshifts, depending on your driveline and gearing. Kanev was really all over the back of Hilo, trying to find it. Lugod was on the preferred driving line, probably able to carry plenty of speed normally through that section of the racetrack. And now they're almost 3 wide across the start-finish line. Kanev is scored 4th, but only by about 0.03 of a second over Hilo. They were side by side into turn 1, waiting for them to come up into our camera view at turn 2. They're still battling it out, and now we're on the outside for Matt Ailes on Lugod, trying to pick up a spot. John Lugod in the Del Sol has the preferred driving line. He's going to get a position nearly made on Svilen Kanev, who has to salvage the outside of turn 2. That becomes the inside at turn 3. Is he able to hold it? Yes, he is, but he's battling a different car. Lugod has gone through. Now it is Ailes versus that Dominici re-entering the battle. No, it's Kanev having slipped back from 4th, now duking it out for 6th.
Zwain, Moore, Rodriguez have kind of checked out, but this battle for 4th through, 13th is is raging on, and fantastic to watch here. Looks like 4th and 5th now have started to pull away just a little bit. That is Kanev and Hilo. Lugod and Matt Ailes a little further back. Yeah, it looks like Hilo's back around Kanev again now.
Yeah, he sure is. And Jack Witchmeyer with a huge look up the inside at turn 9, thought better of it as he was on the opposite side of the racetrack, following John Burgess into that section. Well, here comes Lugod. He's found a ton of pace in the Del Sol in the late stages of the race. Jukes to the inside just to try to throw off Michael Hilo. Of a dirt drop in the background for, was that Witchmeyer again? Just kissing the dirt with the sidewalls. Hilo, Lugod, side by side into the braking zone. Matt Ailes has come through from 7th, now runs 5th. No, excuse me, now runs 6th, as Wayne Moore and Rodriguez, your top 3, way up the road. Oh, so close between the battle for 5th, as Jonathan Lugod just leaving space for Matt Ailes, embraces the race beautifully. We're 2 by 2 down into turn 1, and we're already working lap number 4 as we come into turn 1 for the 4th time. It was Lugod and Hilo side by side. It was Ailes and Kanev side by side. Who comes through with the advantage? Nobody. It's still side by side for Hilo and Lugod, who just times it perfectly. The knife across the nose of Matt Ailes in the BMW. A pair of E36s with a Del Sol as the meat in the sandwich there for 4th, 5th, and 6th. Kanev in the 2 Series, having slipped back just a little bit from this battle, now runs just a bit wide as well, is going to break apart this 6-car train, 3 and 3. And that's actually because it wasn't Kanev running wide. It was Anthony Dominici, who's made a pass on Kanev over in turn 2, picks up the 7th spot.
We'll check in on our leaders here. They should be coming into our view. There they are as they come up through turn 8 and 9.
Tell you what, Brian, Tony Rodriguez has been ever so slightly chipping away. He's got a tiniest little pick in the world, but he is gaining on Justin Moore for second. Beautiful float for Anthony Zwane through turn number 10. There's the gap between second and third. It's down to just 9/10 of a second at the start-finish line last time by. Rodriguez took a full half second out of Justin Moore last time through as well. So maybe a late charge here for the number 39 after Rodriguez had to come through a whole bunch of the field to end up in this battle for the podium.
Yeah, it does not look like the race for second place is over yet. Rodriguez is slowly chipping away. Last time, he was about a half a second faster than Moore, so he is chipping away just a little bit. We'll keep an eye on that while we go back and check out where our second group is coming through. Let me find them. Where are they? Oh, are they on the front straight already? Oh, there they are.
It's Jonathan Lugod now leading the pack over Michael Hilo. He's gone through somewhere while we checked in on our leaders. Matt Ailes still kind of hunting there in the 6th position. Anthony Dominici's been able to pull away by about 7/10 of a second over Svilan Kanev for 8th. Jack Wishmeyer still in touch. John Burgess, they were effectively side-by-side tied across the start-finish line. There's the Civic versus BMW. Attack the gold BMW of Reed Gibson onto that little trio, battling for 9th, 10th, and 11th. And this battle for 4th is incredible. And while we were talking about it, again, Jonathan Lugod has found some serious pace in this Del Sol, and the longevity looks good as well. Remember seeing him turn a fast lap in the late stages of practice. We talked about it maybe boding well for the raceability of this car. Certainly looks to be coming true as the number 94, the red machine, big rotation and then pulls a car length on the exit of turn number 6. Front drive versus rear drive, 90s Honda versus 2000s, actually 90s BMW, as Michael Hilo is in that E36 machine. Matt Ailes, Anthony Dominici still all in contact for the battle for 4th up through turn 9 for working lap number 4 of 8.
While Zwane, Moore, and Rodriguez have driven away a little bit, the entire rest of the field is still in one camera shot, which is pretty impressive here. 4th through 18th are all within 3 seconds of each other on the racetrack right now, and none of them giving up even for a half a beat.
No, but some changes in position. I missed it, but Matt Ailes has gone through on both Hilo and Lugod. The white and blue BMW now enjoys about a 10-car length advantage over the Del Sol. And I don't know if that happened some in Sector 1, some in Sector 2, or if it all happened in Turn 9, but a bit of a shakeup there for the battle for 4th. And the biggest advantage we've seen all race, that goes to Matt Ailes, who finished 3rd in race 1, now runs 4th. Jonathan Lugod, who was able to come back at him down the front straightaway, has a lot of competition from Michael Hilo as well.
Oh, somebody lost a hat. Decided to go get it.
Good Lord, that's on the hot side of the roof.
Yeah, that's that'll get you talking to from security if they're watching our stream.
Not the paddle, but yeah. Got the battle for 4th once again. Here's the train, and I'm a bit confused, Brian, as Matt Ailes has now slipped back to 6th again. Big ebbs and flows there. Here's the 2nd and 3rd place car, Moore and Rodriguez. Moore has pulled out a bit of an advantage after Rodriguez had been charging hard, and then it's a chasm back to the rest of the field, battling it out for 4th position. We have the white and blue BMW of Matt Ailes involved. We have the red Del Sol of Jonathan Lugod involved. We have the black and red E36 of Michael Hilo involved, but they're not battling it out right now because Kanev and Reed Gibson or Anthony Dominici are battling it out for 8th now.
It's always fun to see a race group where no matter where you are on the racetrack, whether you're in the last group or the lead group, there's some fun stuff going on.
Time is ticking. We're working lap number 5 of 8. It'll be 3 laps to go across the start-finish line next time. A bit of surprise to see as we just caught Reed Gibson duking it out with John Friesen. But Friesen has not been able to make much progress. In fact, has slipped a couple of positions and sits down in 11th in his white and yellow E46 BMWs right at the back of this train. Gold car in front is Reed Gibson. Then the BMW 2 Series of Svilen Kanev runs in 9th. John Burgess runs 8th, and a bit of a gap to Anthony Dominici in 7th. Matt Ailes in 6th, Michael Hilo in 5th, and John Lugod in 4th to count up through that entire field as they come up onto the front straightaway. Lugod enjoys the advantage over Matt Ailes. They've swapped back and forth about 4 times this race, 2 of which were in the last 2 laps. Biggest gap that Jonathan Lugod has had. Probably can take a bit of a breather and actually focus on what's happening in front of him instead of what's happening behind him for the first time this race.
Yeah, we'll stay with this battle here for 4th, but I just want to let you know that Tony Rodriguez, who was catching Justin Moore a couple laps ago, seems to have slowed that catch up, and he is now about 2.5 seconds back, so that's not really a contended position at the moment. So we'll keep an eye on all of this fun and frivolity back 4th through 16th here.
And it got really busy down at turns 2 and 3. It's still busy as Jonathan Lugod has driven up the road. Michael Hilo now duking it out with Matt Ailes. Dominici still involved, and now all of a sudden, Reed Gibson is looking super racy on, that was John Burgess looking super racy on Kanev. Still around the outside, the dark E36 will carry the momentum up onto the back straightaway. It's the 2 Series to his left, getting the shorter distance and into the kink. This is sketchy stuff above 100 miles an hour or just about. Nearly flat out in these cars. They make it work. Like Kanev's able to maintain the advantage, goes defensive into turn 9. Now Dominici with a huge head of steam comes up the inside of Hilo in the black and green BMW. Dominici's been a bit of a quiet force in this one, but finds himself now knocking on the door of a top 5.
Yeah, Lugod looks like he is in good shape now to hang on to 4th for the rest of this race, as long as he doesn't make a mistake. The big battle now is that battle for 5th with Hilo, Ailes, Dominici, Burgess, Kanev, all there wanting that 5th spot.
36s everywhere you look. Hilo, Ailes, Dominici, Burgess, all in the E36 BMW as the white flag has waved for Anthony Zwane, taking the white flag already about 30 seconds ago. Justin Moore holding on to 2nd. Tony Rodriguez 3rd. Jonathan Lugod has a very comfortable 4th at this point. Matt Ailes picked up 5th position and has held on to it over Michael Hilo and Anthony Dominici. John Burgess and Svilen Kanev, as well as Reed Gibson and John Friesen, all on the same about 3 seconds as they come across the start-finish line, nose to tail, in an absolute battle to end our day off here at the Thunderhill Open, the first ever. The action doesn't end here. If you're trackside, we have a lot going on tonight. There's drifting competition, there's music and food. It's going to stay hopping in the paddock until after sunset, so make sure you stick around and party it up a little, make good choices, but have some fun for all of us if you're there trackside. Taking a look at Anthony Zwane just scanning through turn number 9 on the brakes into turn number 10. This driver has been all but perfect this weekend. You can't be perfect in motorsports, but you can be more perfect than everybody else. He has proven himself to be the class of the field this weekend in this power to weight series. Just so impressive so far between these first 2 heat races. Then Justin Moore, Tony Rodriguez likely coming home on the podium. Jonathan Lugod, a very hard fought and well earned 4th position with a couple corners to go. Not to get ahead of myself, he sits about 30 seconds back. Tony Rodriguez did get close by the end of this thing, but I think he's going to run out of time as Anthony Zwane onto the front straightaway, celebrating even earlier. This time, taking his 2nd win after 2 races. Absolutely dominant so far. Pick up the battle for 5th, which looks like it's now a battle for 6th, as Lugod in 4th, Ailes in 5th have checked out. Then who is this next? Is it Hilo, then Dominici, then Burgess, then Kanev, then Gibson, in that order, still within touch of one another. Hilo is not clean and clear and free until he comes across the start-finish line. Jonathan Lugod takes 4th. Matt Ailes takes 5th. Michael Hilo, what an impressive race from 10th to 4th, slips to 6th in the late stages, and then a photo finish between Anthony Dominici and John Burgess, just about 9/100ths of a second separating those two for 7th and 8th. Kanev, a great battle, but ends up towards the back of this pack for ninth. Gibson holds on to 10th. A bit of a surprise. John Friesen not able to make progress, finishes 11th for the driver who finished second on the road in race 1, then picked up that 5th-place penalty. Either way, Adam Bow, Brian Zimmerman, Danny Gross, Brian Barron will round out your top 15. And it looks like basically everybody has finished at this point except for Derek Ambrose, who suffered a mechanical issue. Jonathan Borschelt and Jack Wishmeyer, who had a great run going, had some issues late in the race, will finish down in 72. So, Brian, that's going to do it for us here in the on-track wheel-to-wheel competition section of day 1 for the Thunderhill Open. And these drivers have put on such a good show. Honestly, all 3 race groups, but especially there in Spec Miata and in the second heat of the Western Touring Car Championship. Everybody here got what they paid for. This has been so much fun.
Yeah, no question. A big thank you to everybody here at Thunderhill Raceway Park, all of the volunteer workers out here this weekend, as well as our drivers and teams for putting on a great show. We're going to come back and do it again tomorrow. Our first race of the day tomorrow rolls off at, let me pull the schedule up, rolls off at 10:10 tomorrow morning Pacific time. That's our Formula Awesome group. Then we've got one more heat. That's qualifying, actually. Our first race is at 10:30 with Spec Miata. That's heats 3 for those 2 groups. And then this in the afternoon, we've got the last Formula Awesome race and the features for Spec Miata and Western Touring Car Championship. Tom, we're gonna take a break here for the rest of the afternoon or the evening, and we'll come back and do it again tomorrow. Big thank you to our sponsors, Logitech, as well as Toyo Tires for being here and helping us put the stream on this weekend. Cannot thank them enough. He's Tom O'Gorman. I'm Brian Belansky. You're watching the Thunderhill Open live on the Racing Network. See you all tomorrow.